Bills back at practice later today. See if we get improvement for Ed Oliver, Matt Milano, or Spencer Brown on the first injury report of the week. The Bills signing a punter yesterday. After Cameron Johnston was injured on Sunday, the Bills are signing punter Mitch Wishnowsky and placing Johnston on injured reserve. So the Bills on to their third punter of the year. You can get all the details at WGR550.com, or you can also find details on an update on the Sabres practice. Injuries to the Sabres. Blue line, Bo Byram, Owen Power, Matthias Samuelsson, all dealing with injuries and did not practice yesterday as we are just over 2 weeks away from the start of the regular season. Elsewhere around the NFL, Tyler Higbee not practicing for the Rams on Tuesday. They play on Thursday. There's a lot of injuries in that game. On the Niners side, Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings also not practicing for San Francisco. They have a ton of injuries. No Brock Purdy for the Niners either. If he can't play, Mac Jones would play through a knee injury to play against the Rams on Thursday Night Football. Baseball playoffs got rolling yesterday. The Red Sox and Yankees goes to Boston in Game 1, 3-1. The Yankees had the bases loaded in the bottom of the ninth inning, down 2 with no outs, and Aroldis Chapman retired 3 in a row to win the game. Cubs beat the Padres 3-1, Tigers over the Guardians 2-1, Dodgers blow out the Reds 10-5. You'll have games a little bit later on today, of course, as well, starting with Tigers Guardians again at 1 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Maybe you saw it, maybe you didn't. Mike Vaccaro of the New York Post headline, Josh Allen is the NFL's new unicorn.
It's Jeremy White.
Josh can be a narwhal, whatever you want. I don't know. He can be a narwhal. Yeah, narwhal. Don't know what a narwhal is?
No, I know what a narwhal is, but do you want to be a narwhal?
Why do you want to be a unicorn? Does a unicorn have powers, or is it just rare?
And Joe DiBiase.
Can't they, shoot lasers out of the
Unicorns
horn?
shoot lasers out of their horns?
Yeah, can't they?
Frickin' laser beams attached to their heads.
Lasers. The people that first crafted
All right, so
unicorns,
Josh is a
lasers
Pegasus.
did not exist.
All right, so how about Lamar can be the unicorn and Josh is a Pegasus? He does fly through the air more often than Jackson. Jackson doesn't jump over people.
Pegasus is an actual character, though. It's not a Pegasus. He would be Pegasus.
Pegasus is a character in what? The Idiot or whatever?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
The Idiot?
Not the Idiot.
Oof, this is getting better and better.
Yeah. I got third-string running backs on the mind right now.
Sure.
I can't be reaching into deeper parts of my brain.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
And is this week's third-string running back on the brain, who's now a starter, Woody Marks?
Woody Marks, he's not right. He's the number 1 running back now, I think.
Yeah.
The third-string running back on the mind is Michael Carter, who might start for Arizona this week.
Former 4th overall pick of the Great White Snarks in a League of Shapes and Dreams draft.
4th overall?
Yeah.
Was he a 4th-round pick?
He was the 4th running back off the board that year.
Yikes.
Go check that draft year in Dynasty.
I'm going to go look. That's a tough one.
Well, Trevor Lawrence went 5. That year was not a great year.
All right.
And that was probably before the wide receiver revolution fully hit.
Yeah. Well, apparently you picked a 4th-round running back, 4th overall in a rookie draft.
Had to. No choice.
Yeah. No, Woody Marks is a starter. No Joe Mixon rest of the year, it sounds like, and Nick Chubb cannot play football anymore, which is a little sad to see, isn't it? He was great.
The 2021
Yeah,
NFL draft. So the backs that went in that one for Dynasty, for fantasy. Oh, by the way, this is tough because Jamar Chase is in that draft.
Oh. Well, I'm sure you didn't pick Michael Carter over Jamar Chase.
No, that's probably right. I don't really know.
Although I would love to discover, I'm going to pull up that draft in our league. I would love to discover that you did do that.
I mean, Etienne, Najee Harris, these are thought to be bank picks. And then the third running back, I don't know if it was Javonte Williams. No, I don't know.
You said 2019?
I thought it was. Okay, maybe it's a different. Yeah,
because I don't see a Michael Carter in here.
I thought it was 2021.
Oh, there he is. You picked him 6th. That's why.
Okay. Did Jamar Chase go?
He went 2nd.
Okay, good.
After Najee Harris.
Thank goodness.
That's tough. Then 3rd, Kyle Pitts.
Okay, of course.
Javonte Williams, Travis Etienne, then you went Michael Carter.
And who goes after Michael Carter that year in that draft?
Jalen Waddle and Devonta Smith.
All right. need
run. Pretty good play. How about Amon-Ra St. Brown a little bit later on also?
Not bad.
If you went with the 4th-round receiver that year instead of the 4th-round running back, you would have done a lot better.
That's
all right.
There's a funny bit here that's some version of sounds like 2021.
Look at you with Kadarius Toney and Zach Wilson in the 2nd round. What a draft for the Great White Snarks. Michael Carter, Kadarius Toney, and Zach Wilson.
Again, I was just about to say, it sounds like
drafting's hard.
Sounds like 2021 all over again. You guys and you're complaining. Where am I in the standings, Joe?
You were 2nd, I think.
I'm the highest scoring team. I'm the highest scoring team in the league.
That's not what you asked, though.
My process works. Anyway, hey, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Wednesday. It's cold. It's actually Did
you bring a jacket?
No, I just wore a hoodie.
You could have. A light jacket would have been appropriate, I think.
High today of 68. It's currently in the 40s.
Yeah, right.
Which, for anybody that's confused and says, like, well, this weather's a lot like summer, you do not see 40 ever in the summer.
Yep.
Which is nice. I like walking outside and being cold. Hoodie and shorts weather. We've made it.
There's a high percentage of people that would not be up by the time it's under 50 degrees, though. So for them, it's like summer, but for us, it isn't.
That might be right. I was just checking something. I was online just now. Memories this time of year. We got plenty to get to today, by the way. Sal joins us at 7. Paul Hamilton at 8. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast at 8:30. So we'll dig into Bills Patriots. We'll get Joe's All-22 review of the win over the Saints. We'll talk a little Sabres. They play tonight, and they might field their closest to their opening night lineup of the preseason. Like, this is the last look. Mm-hmm. So I've got that to get to. However, I took a trip down memory lane just before the show and started looking at ticket prices for baseball games today.
Okay.
Have you been doing that?
Not yet.
Thought about that?
I have definitely thought about and talked about with people, like, should we not go to a Blue Jays playoff game?
Or Cleveland.
Okay, I didn't think about Cleveland, but that's doable.
If you signed off at 10 a.m. right now and drove to Cleveland, you could get there by about 1 o'clock. Maybe traffic might be a little tough with the game. You can go to the Tigers and Guardians for $46.
Really?
Yeah.
Why so cheap?
Because it's baseball and it's not that expensive.
Yeah.
I've been to a couple baseball games. I went to a Tigers ALCS game. And I think that might have been $50. This was a long time ago, though. Just a spontaneous, what are you doing tonight? You want to go to the Tigers game? Yeah, let's drive through.
Is that like when gas was like 40 cents?
It wasn't 40
Not that
cents,
far.
but it might have been like $3.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Is that what it is?
I think it's about what it is now.
Okay. So it's been that way for a while. But yeah, like picking up and just going to a playoff game. You've got Pittsburgh. You've got Baltimore if you want to make that far. Not in this postseason. I'm just saying, like within driving distance.
Hey, I've wanted to see Fenway.
That's a bigger lift.
That's a bigger lift.
That's a bigger lift.
And that's probably a little more expensive.
Yeah, I was just
probably
checking.
The most expensive.
I was checking Yankee Stadium. You can get into Yankee Stadium tonight for a 6 o'clock game for $88.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know if that includes fees depending on the site you're going to use. But there was a time when I was young and spontaneous, and I would wake up in the morning and check a ticket price and call a friend and say, we're going to Cleveland.
We're going to Cleveland.
We're going to Cleveland. We're going to go watch a baseball game. Did this for a Cavs playoff game against the Celtics.
Come on.
Eastern Conference Finals. Just drove down and watched LeBron in the conference finals.
Right. Okay, never mind. I thought Blue Jays tickets were on sale just with the opponent TBD, but they are sold out.
Okay.
I saw $20, and I'm like, that can't be right. But they're playing an intra-squad game that they're selling tickets to before the playoffs. So, not yet for Toronto. That's the one I would want to do, though. That's the easiest one.
Sure. TBD at Blue Jays. You can't. I got $125 there for that ticket. That's what I'm seeing.
All right. Even that's not terrible.
That's not that bad.
I mean, that's if I have a team, that's my team.
That's an ALDS
when they're
game.
Good. I'll plug in a little bit, and it's been a while, but I think I had some opportunity to go when they played the Texas Rangers, like, what is that, 8 years ago now?
Yes.
And they had one of, like, the coolest playoff games I've ever seen on TV.
I was at that game.
You were at that game?
I was at that game.
Like, that would have been awesome.
It's a top 3 sporting experience of my entire life, and
right.
it might be one. Yesterday we were talking about whether or not an AFC championship game would bypass the perfect game at the stadium, and Game 5, Blue Jays Rangers, really tough to top. That's the one where there's a lengthy delay, the Rangers get some goofy call, people are throwing stuff on the field, it is bedlam, and then Batista hits the home run with the biggest bat flip of all time.
Yes.
And it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I will sometimes remember that and just go watch that highlight.
Oh, it's awesome.
And get goosebumps on goosebumps on goosebumps.
And then the bench is cleared after that.
Yeah. Playoff baseball. And that was as intense as it gets.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That Batista home run.
Yeah, that'll be tough to top.
We drove up, my wife and I drove up to that game hoping to get tickets. So we when we got together, before we got married, we started watching a lot of Blue Jays games, going to Blue Jays games, just, hey, let's go to baseball. This is fun. And they were fun. They were smashing the cover off the ball, tons of homers. It's Donaldson and Batista and Encarnacion. Like those three guys just, smashing homers all day. And we go up for that ALDS game where it's the Batista home run game. We don't have tickets. Let's just go up there and try and find tickets. Maybe we'll buy them off the street. Maybe we'll try on StubHub. And we're trying, and I can't get it to work. Maybe I'm at Wayne Gretzky's bar there, which is close to the stadium.
Yep, that's not far.
I've got these tickets loaded up. Buy, purchase, and nothing works. It just won't work. Like, I guess it's not going to work. Then we get a call from a friend who's inside the game, and they said, we had 2 tickets we didn't use. We'll meet you at the door.
Wow.
And we walked in for free in the second inning.
Wow.
Yeah. And then saw that.
Right, because that wasn't until like the 6th inning, I think. Fifth inning?
I thought it was like the 8th.
Was it that late?
It was late.
Okay.
It was late. Yeah, it was just unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable atmosphere. So playoff baseball's upon us, where, playoff baseball is where, is it the atmosphere in sports the crowd pays the most attention? It's up there. Everybody is just kind of locked in, sure their chance. Mm-hmm. It is the tension you feel. What you feel there is everybody locked in, paying attention.
Everybody's standing and they're staring at the field.
Every breath.
Yeah.
Football has pockets of a play, and then, all right, calm down, and then rises back up for, with playoff baseball in the late innings, it's every pitch.
Right.
It's just so intense.
Isn't that generally how Sabre games were when they were good, though?
Everybody on the edge of their seat the whole time.
Everybody's just staring at the ice.
Yeah.
Like, it is like, everyone's dialed.
Yeah, I can remember the idea of leaving your seat to, like, go get a popcorn why would I ever do that? I can't miss a second.
Right.
Yeah, being so dialed into a sporting event. These Bills games, of course, have been amazing, and they count too. But playoff baseball has me thinking.
Yeah.
Toronto soon.
Does it matter? Is one better than the other for opponent interest on who they play? I think the fact that it's Yankees or Red Sox is pretty great. Like, if it was the Orioles and the Yankees, I might say, like, it might be more interesting if they played the Yankees.
Yeah.
And I were to go to a game. But if I get the Red Sox as the alternative, that's pretty good, too.
Yeah, that's right.
To root against.
803-0550. So if you're out there and you got nothing going on today, Cleveland. $46. Grab a coffee, hit the road, get there, watch a game, come home. Be home for dinner.
Home for dinner.
Yeah. 1 to 4.
The games are shorter now.
Yeah. Maybe late dinner.
That might be a bowl. That's
7 o'clock dinner. Who hasn't done that?
Maybe a 7 o'clock dinner. The Guardians, though. I'm going to go see the Guardians play. Is that a good atmosphere in Cleveland?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Cleveland's a good baseball town, right? Huge stadium.
Okay.
It's a very big stadium.
I've not been to their stadium, so I don't know.
That's the thing I remember about it is big. Just large in size. Mm-hmm. The capacity is only 34,000, I guess, but it just
it feels big.
It's large. Yeah. Like Fenway does not feel large. Oh, and you were just at Fenway, right? It's not big in really any way, and I feel like I remember Cleveland being large.
Yeah, Fenway felt big in an emotional sort of like historical way, but it didn't like
the building itself. Yeah.
Felt intimate and sort of tight and cool. I loved it. I was talking to Todd Brody outside yesterday about Fenway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've got a buddy that regularly will hit up Guardians games.
Yeah.
It's super easy to get in that building. They got a good deal on tickets. You can get in for like $15. You get a free beer and hot dog.
That's pretty good.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
And he goes down there all the time. I think we're going to have to hit up a game. I hope the Red Sox take care of the Yankees and they run into the Guardians at some point. That'd be fun.
Yeah. Okay.
Cleveland. What else do I remember?
I'm into these. I don't know what's happened. Is it the shorter games? Is it the rule changes? Is it just maturing? I'm watching baseball more than I ever have.
Yeah.
Like I'm dialed last night when it's bases loaded in the ninth, and that's a 1-run game until it gets to a 2-run game late, and I'm on the edge of my seat. I have no rooting interest whatsoever one way or the other. If I had to pick, it definitely would be Boston over New York. But I'm watching, and Chapman getting out of that, and then you immediately flip on the Dodger game, and there's Shohei Ohtani hitting a home run.
Would you?
That was a great night of baseball.
Would you have been dialed the same way were it Thursday?
No.
Okay.
I think you very quickly just discovered what had happened. They were the only thing on Tuesday? Yeah.
It's not to take a shot
Thursday,
at
I'd have the football game on.
Yeah, it's not a shot at baseball. It's, if you're a football fan.
Or in 2 weeks, I'd have the hockey game on.
Maybe. Yeah. It's a Tuesday and a Wednesday. These are the spots. When did the TGL Golf League hit? It was Tuesdays.
That was a Tuesday night.
Tuesdays. Let's throw something on a Tuesday.
Yep.
Anyway, this week's
that makes sense.
This week's Thursday night game is San Francisco and LA, which is a good one. I think it's a good one.
It depends. I mean, who's playing?
Stafford, all that matters.
Who's on the field for the 49ers?
Good question. Mac Jones.
Both receivers are hurt. The quarterback is hurt. The tight end is hurt. The running back's healthy, I guess. So,
but he might not
Christian McCaffrey against the world.
Yeah, he might not be good anymore either.
Right. And Mac Jones would play on an injured knee. So, it would be a good game if everyone was good to go. But the Rams might be playing a skeleton squad.
Yeah, maybe. Thursday Night Football on the way. And playoff baseball underway. And the Sabres getting underway. They've got a game tonight against the Penguins and another game against the Penguins and then off to the regular season, which begins a week from tomorrow.
From tomorrow.
There we go.
1 week from tomorrow.
Yeah.
1 week from tomorrow.
803-0550. I've got a couple things to get into early. One of them about Tyreek Hill that I heard a take on Tyreek Hill that we've got. I want to get to that. But, hanging out on a Wednesday. Sean called in early, so go ahead, Sean. What's up?
Hey, guys. Good morning. The most intense playoff game I ever went to was back in, it was 2000 when the Mets clinched the NLCS against the Cardinals. Jay Payton took a fastball almost off the head. That was just an insane. Shea Stadium was shaking when they clinched to face the Yankees in the World Series.
I watched a lot of that Mets-Cardinals series. I watched a lot of that Mets postseason. I'm in college then and with a bunch of friends that are Mets fans. So I was very invested in the Mets in that series and also the Subway Series, which, of course, did not go well.
But it was incredible nonetheless. So as far as coming up this Sunday, if I was to tell you both Oliver and Milano, which I don't know if they're coming back or not, obviously, but if they're back and they're full goes, where does your confidence level sit as compared to if they weren't to play? I would say if one or the other was to play, I would say that Oliver would probably be more likely to go. And if it was just him and not Milano, where would your confidence level be? So basically what I'm trying to gauge is, if they're both back, where would you be? If just Oliver is back, where would you be? Does it move the needle at all for you on the defense?
Good question.
I mean, it certainly helps for me if Oliver is there, right? Especially after what he looked like in Week 1, and we know he's pretty good, so that helps a lot. Milano, I don't know what to do anymore because one, I don't know if I could trust him to stay out there even when he gets back, and two, how sure are we how good he actually is right now?
It's a good question.
As a player.
He did not have a very good game against the Titans. Ravens.
Yep.
It's a good question. It also depends on...
What's the last time Matt Milano was on the field and he was unbelievable? Like, he was great linebacker. Like, more than just a quarter. Yeah. More than, like, a half. Because there were, like, end of last year, there was a half against the Jets where he made a couple of really nice plays. But, like, week to week, Matt Milano was a great linebacker. It's been
2 years.
It's been since 2022 that was the case. It's been a long time.
He's first team All-Pro in 2022.
Okay. And who was on the Bills the last time Matt Milano was great? Cole Beasley was on the Bills, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Right? Like Jordan Poyer. And was Jordan Poyer a first team All-Pro the last time Matt Milano was great? As recent? Diggs and Singletary and like this is McKenzie. Like this is a different Bills team.
It's a while ago, yeah.
It's how long it's been. So I'm not saying I guess what I'm saying is I don't know. I don't know what he looks like because he can't stay on the field for more than 2 games at a time.
The thing I would ask is you asked me what the confidence level is in this game against the Patriots. What are you afraid of? Like, what makes you nervous? Is it Ramondre Stevenson and Trevion Henderson and who's the other one? Antonio Gibson?
Antonio Gibson, yeah.
Are you worried about them running all over you? Or are you worried about Drake May throwing to Hunter Henry 12 times? Which, by the way, he might do. Like, what am I worried about? If I'm watching this game, what is the formula for New England winning? I don't think the formula for New England winning is running the ball. I think the formula for them winning, if they're going to, is throwing it against this pass defense. And, we've got this strange spot where the Bills are number 1 in the NFL in yards against per attempt, which would suggest they have a good pass defense. And I'm not convinced that they do right now. So here comes a quarterback that is maybe really good, maybe just okay. We're still waiting to find out. He's 17 starts in. What would Oliver do? He'd make me feel better about getting pressure on Drake May. He'd make me feel better about collapsing the pocket on Drake May. Milano, can he cover Hunter Henry? Can he cover Henderson if he's on the field?
I don't know.
That's
like maybe not.
I don't know either. So to rank the confidence, I'd feel better if all the starters were back. But of the two, it would be Ed Oliver that'd be higher ranked in terms of who would make me feel better.
Yeah, which is sad to say because I think Milano's career has kind of been derailed here, right? Like he was
by injury,
he was on his way to having an amazing career, and he did for still a while. I mean, he's on the 2017 Bills that breaks the drought. Like he's been here forever, but I don't know if that dude can go through every injury he's been through and come out on the other side as like doesn't have to be an All-Pro player. How about a Pro Bowl level linebacker? Because that ability's in there. What we saw from him last year was his ability to, he's got it upstairs. Like, the diagnosing of plays, and he's way quicker at that than Dorian Williams is. But I guess, I mentioned linebacker yesterday or the day before. Like, I'm more thinking about linebacker for the deadline, honestly. And I'm not doing that with defensive tackle, really. So, I guess maybe that would tell me, though, it would be better if I could take one staying healthy and being great. Maybe I would actually take Milano, just because I don't trust him to.
Well, I was just going to say, as you say, you'd think linebacker ranks ahead of defensive tackle at the deadline. Is that because of the numbers game? It's easier to envision someone at the linebacker room moving out, whereas defensive tackle, it's a crowded house.
Right.
It was already crowded before Dwayne Carter got hurt.
Right, like last week, with one injury and Joe Andreessen's on the field.
Yeah.
Which, no offense to him, but he's the next man up.
If he's out there,
and that's not.
If he's out there against Hunter Henry, I'm worried, big time.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll see. The Patriots' formula is to have a good defensive game plan. I guess have the Bills be their conservative selves, never pull away because they kind of play a game where they might not want to pull away. They're a little conservative, and hope that Drake May can rip off some chunk plays. They can find Diggs. They can find Keyshawn Butte, who I think is good.
Do they tell him, hey, watch the tape, watch what Spencer Rattler did? You see a lane, you go run?
Maybe.
Do they tell him that? Because Spencer Rattler can run on the Bills scrambling. Drake May is a better runner than Spencer Rattler is, and probably by a lot.
Rich in Lakeview. Hey, Rich.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show. I'm glad I turned on the radio to hear you guys talking some baseball, and I think you both hit it right the nail on the head. Number one, baseball, to watch it now in the modern game, takes a little bit of maturity. Not to knock anyone in the younger generation. And I think also, even though it, quote unquote, the former national pastime, I think it's regionalism too, because this morning they're not talking about Matt Milano's 11 games over 3 years. They're dissecting every pitch and every at-bat, why the Yankees couldn't push one run over. And it has to be great to listen to this stuff. I mean, I defy anyone with $1 million to find somebody in downtown Buffalo and ask him the name of one Buffalo Bison. Who's the farm team of the team that was first place in the AL East? And I think once you appreciate it, you said the games are quicker now. One of my best memories is in the cavernous 80,000-seat old Cleveland Stadium. Phil Negro, knuckleballer, played against Cotton Candy Ivy, 4 hour and 30-minute game, and it was wonderful. And and I think it was incredible Sunday evening. And but I think you appreciate that. And when you talk about time, why do we enjoy the games yesterday? It felt important to us here in Buffalo that it was worth our time to be invested. So sometimes I think they're selling the sport the wrong way. They're trying to get the iPhone generation into it when it's a game that, hey, pay attention, keep score, learn the game, ask your friends why they're not bunting instead of sack or whatever. And I think that's part of the deep enjoyment that we've lost as sports fans. I mean, right now with the Bills, if you have 17 viewers, an old iPhone, and an old Radio Shack microphone, and you were picked first in gym class, you can talk about the cover too and seem important. Dude, this is deep thinking. Get into this stuff. It makes everything enjoyable, and I'm looking forward to all the games, and I think that's what baseball's missed. But you guys hit it right on the head, and I love that you're talking about it.
Thanks, Rich. As you lay that out, what it strikes me as, this reminds me of, well, what's different from baseball and football, and how does football really different from all the four major sports when it comes to meaningful games? They are single events, and in some conversations, a one-game event instead of a series is better. It's more dramatic. One playoff game. That's why the NFL gets big ratings. They don't play series. They play a game. But in a baseball playoff series, or for those of you that remember, a Sabres playoff series, what is it? Game one, watch it. The next day, talk about game one. The next day, game two. The next day, talk about it. The next day, game three. And you're digging into every shift and every hit and every save and every breakout.
I remember being mad about pairings at practice, between games.
Yeah.
Like what they're putting Adam Marin. I remember being mad about that for a playoff game.
Instead of talking about did they have the effort they needed last night, it's really getting into matching lines and all that stuff. And that's kind of what Rich is getting at there. Getting into the minutia of a game as a series breeds. You've got ebbs and flows, and especially in a longer series. In the NHL series are 7 games, best out of 7. So the old line, how can you not be romantic about baseball? I think Rich in Lakeview is romantic about baseball, to say the least. Thanks, Rich. 803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-552-550. Go to Cleveland today. 1 o'clock start. Tigers and Guardians. If you $46 on StubHub.
It's not like a 108 start. That might even help a little bit better.
I think it is a 108 start.
All right, that helps.
Yeah.
108, yeah.
Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. Happy Wednesday morning. Tyreek Hill's future uncertain. The Bills, we got some news. They have a new punter. We'll talk about that. Sal coming up. Paul Hamilton previewing the Sabres and Penguins tonight and their roster decisions that they have made and what's yet to make. So lots to get to here on WGR. The thing I would ask is, you asked me what the confidence level is in this game against the Patriots. What are you afraid of? What makes you nervous? Is it Ramondre Stevenson and Trevion Henderson and who's the other one? Antonio Gibson?
Antonio Gibson, yeah.
Are you worried about them running all over you? Or are you worried about Drake May throwing to Hunter Henry 12 times? Which, by the way, he might do. What am I worried about? If I'm watching this game, what is the formula for New England winning? I don't think the formula for New England winning is running the ball. I think the formula for them winning, if they're going to, is throwing it against this pass defense. And, we've got this strange spot where the Bills are number 1 in the NFL in yards against per attempt, which would suggest they have a good pass defense. And I'm not convinced that they do right now. So here comes a quarterback that is maybe really good, maybe just okay. We're still waiting to find out. He's 17 starts in.
Milano, I don't know what to do anymore. Because one, I don't know if I could trust him to stay out there even when he gets back. And two, how sure are we know we know how good he actually is right now?
It's a good question.
As a player.
He did not have a very good game against the Titans. Ravens.
Yep.
It's a good question. It also
when's the last time Matt Milano was on the field and he was unbelievable? He was great linebacker. More than just a quarter, more than a half. Because there were end of last year, there was a half against the Jets where he made a couple of really nice plays. But week to week, Matt Milano was a great linebacker. It's been
2 years.
It's been since 2022 that was the case. It's been a long time.
He's first team All-Pro in 2022.
Okay. And who was on the Bills the last time Matt Milano was great? Cole Beasley was on the Bills, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Right? Like Jordan Poyer. And was Jordan Poyer a first-team All-Pro the last time Matt Milano was great? As recent? Diggs and Singletary and like this is McKenzie. Like this is a different Bills team.
It's a while ago, yeah.
That's how long it's been. So I'm not saying I guess what I'm saying is I don't know. I don't know what he looks like because he can't stay on the field for more than 2 games at a time. The Bills have a new punter. Cameron Johnston been placed on injured reserve with foot and ankle injuries that he picked up when he got hit on Sunday. Bills signed Mitch Wishnowsky, formerly of the San Francisco 49ers. He's punted in the Super Bowl. He is the third punter of the year for the Bills. Injury update a little bit later on today as they will return to practice. Elsewhere around the NFL, a lot of injuries going into Thursday Night Football for the Niners and the Rams, especially on the San Francisco side. Brock Purdy and his top two receivers, Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings, all not practicing for San Francisco on Tuesday. Baseball playoffs began yesterday. Game ones in the wild card round. The Tigers beat the Guardians, Cubs over the Padres, the Red Sox beat the Yankees 3-1. Yankees had the bases loaded with no outs in the bottom of the ninth inning, down 2. Aroldis Chapman gets the Red Sox out of it and wins the game. Game 2's today. Also, Dodgers beat the Reds 10-5. 1 o'clock is the first game this afternoon, and then it'll be Detroit and Cleveland again just after 1. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yoshida sends one to center field. Rafaela's going to come in. Sogard to the plate. Masa Yoshida delivers. And Boston now leads it 2-1 as they get to the bullpen and Luke Weaver.
Red Sox beat the Yankees 3-1. Dodgers win. Cubs win. And Detroit beats Cleveland. More games today, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Jeremy and Joe, if you're a big baseball fan, it's a great time of year. We talked a little bit about baseball playoff stuff. I had something I was going to get to quickly about Tyreek Hill. Mm-hmm. I saw yesterday Jason McIntyre and Colin Cowherd talking about Tyreek Hill, who maybe his career is over.
Right.
And they were talking about Miami and where Miami went wrong and they should have traded him. And it was But there was a throwaway comment at the beginning of the conversation where they both said, oh, he's not a Hall of Famer, but. And I thought, what?
Uh-huh.
Tyreek Hill.
He's not a Hall of Famer.
Is definitely a Hall of Famer. And the tough thing about Tyreek Hill is he's not a player or a person that many people want to defend. So,
no.
Maybe I want to say this instead. Tyreek Hill has had a Hall of Fame career, and it's obvious, is it not? In what way is he not a Hall of Famer? He's been the best player in football.
He's a 5-team All-Pro. A five-team first All-Pro.
5-time first-team All-Pro. I got some of the other receivers that are in the Hall of Fame and how many times they made first-team All-Pro. Not that first-team All-Pro is everything, but first-team All-Pro 5 times. I also have the active list of first-team All-Pros in the NFL right now. Myles Garrett is 4. 4 first-team All-Pros for Myles Garrett. Tyreek Hill's 5. There's only one player in football active that has more first-team All-Pros, and that's Bobby Wagner.
It's really 4 for Tyreek Hill now that I'm looking because he was first-team All-Pro as a returner in his first year.
Okay. Devin Hester just got in.
I guess make special teams great
Did Devin
again,
Hester just get in or not?
He did.
Okay, that counts.
Yeah.
You want to knock him down to 4? Okay. Travis Kelce is a 4-time first-team All-Pro.
Yep. He is, Hall of Fame monitor.
Hall of Fame monitor, that's where I found a lot of this.
He is high on
They
this
put
list.
him, the average Hall of Famer on Pro Football Reference, the score is 100.
Yeah.
And Hill is a 95, which is ahead of Michael Irvin.
Right, but the lowest rated receiver on this is a 55. Tommy McDonald.
That's in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, you've got a 57, a 58. You got guys in the 70s that were lower than that.
They just put in Sterling Sharp, whose number is a 72. And ahead of Sterling Sharp, if everybody ahead of Sterling Sharp got in, that's Mike Evans, Hines Ward, Devontae Adams, DeAndre Hopkins, Anquan Bolden,
right,
among others.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so he's a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Famer.
I think he's a Hall of Famer.
He's had a Hall of Fame career. He's not had the longest career. He got started a little bit later than most, right? He was not a high draft pick. When he has his first successful season as a big-time star, he's already 23.
Yeah, it's his second year.
Yeah.
He's a returner in year 1. He's only drafted where he is because of what he did in his college career off the field.
He had an 1,800-yard season in 16 games.
Right.
He averaged 112 yards a game that year. Like, what?
Isn't it the same exact discussion as Antonio Brown?
That's maybe a very good one,
It didn't last forever, and the characters at hand are pretty despicable. But they were the best wide receivers in the league.
Yeah, it's a Hall of Fame career.
In fact, did they go right from one to the other? Antonio Brown was the best receiver in the league for 4 years, 5 years, and then it immediately jumped to Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Or at least they were both in the discussion.
He's certainly the most feared player for non-quarterbacks. There was a time where he was the only player in the league that would move a point spread. He had the highest.
Non-quarterback.
Non-quarterback.
Yeah.
He had the highest player EPA non-quarterback.
Yeah.
There was an MVP conversation in one of his seasons. So, yeah, a throwaway comment. He's not a Hall of Famer. Really? I feel like that's definitely a Hall of Fame career.
I really don't even know what argument I would make against it. He's won Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
So
he went and made Miami a good offense to a point.
Yeah, I think the only argument I would make is you just don't want him in because he's a bad person.
Sure, and there are,
but they don't. That's not how they do it.
Right. Sometimes guys can wait a little longer,
but they eventually get in. So
anyway,
and his career might not be over. It's over as this player, but can he? Will he go higher on the all-time receiving list? Where is he on that, by the way? I don't think he's nearing the top of the list.
Is he about to go be a slot guy? Is that the plan?
Eventually,
a short field slot guy.
I mean, he does only have 600 more yards in his career than Diggs does.
Is what?
He only has 600 more yards in his career than Diggs does.
Yeah.
And Deshaun Jackson, right? If less than Keenan Allen and Muslim Muhammad, on the all-time compiling list, he's not actually that. Hines Ward is higher. Derek Mason, but
how many first-team All-Pros for Derek Mason?
Right, that's what I mean. I usually would want to do that by what's your peak, and this dude's peak was he was the most feared player in the league that wasn't a quarterback.
Yeah, one of the two best receivers the entire time he played, pretty much.
He never really dominated the Bills. Right? And I was still pretty fearful of him every single time they played him.
Probably because of 13 seconds. Because
of one play.
He dominated them right there.
Even that, though, was only one play. That wasn't all day they couldn't cover Tyreek Hill. He just got loose the one time.
He dominated them in the AFC Championship game the first time.
Okay. Yeah.
He beat them for multiple big plays. I think they ran a reverse. If you go see that box score,
that.
They hit him deep down the field. They just missed him deep down the field once, and they ran a big reverse. He definitely hurt the Bills in that game. Anyway, Mark in Ontario is up. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Hi, good morning. I have two things quickly. Obviously, a big Bills fan, a Sabres fan, hockey fan, football fan, but baseball's unique, especially up here in Canada. Baseball and the Blue Jays, and a little less so the Raptors, but same principle. When they're good, the whole country stands behind them. It's a unique experience. Whether you're in Vancouver, Edmonton, Montreal, Toronto, everybody's a Jays fan. You have some small pockets of Tigers fans, but everybody stands behind the Jays. So it's a great time when they're good. It's real fun. Second point, I booked a 20-year anniversary Mediterranean cruise with my wife, and the unfortunate part with the Jays being good is I'm spending a lot of time figuring out how I'm going to watch all these games coupled with the Bills game. So for the next 2 weeks, it's the timing could not have been worse from a sports fan standpoint.
Well, not just from because from watching. You said it's in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, the time zones is gonna be a mess.
The time zones. Yeah,
it's gonna be impossible. I'm cheering for the Yankees a little bit right now instead of the Red. I just feel they'll put the Yankees on, so by default they'll get the Jays. But I don't know. It's gonna be tough.
Thanks, Mark.
But like I said, I think the time zone part's going to be the worst part. It's going to be 3 o'clock in the morning.
Turns out your big mistake was that you went, east instead of going west.
Yeah, if you did an Alaskan cruise.
You go to Hawaii, you could have been watching these games in the afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. So I had no idea the Jays would be this good. Didn't look that way at the beginning of the year when we booked this, but it is what it is.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I was in Hawaii for the NBA Finals watching the Cavs and Warriors at 2 p.m.
Yep.
It was glorious.
That's the opposite. We were in Greece when my Denver Nuggets were clinching the title.
At 3 a.m.?
My favorite team. And, I was on the coast of Serbia, basically, off the water, where Jokic is from, and I couldn't watch it because it was at It was at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Sir, what are you doing here on the beautiful Croatian beach? I'm watching the Nuggets, obviously, on my phone.
Right.
At 4 a.m. You couldn't see it, huh?
No, I was sleeping.
No. 9 a.m. football again this week. Stat of the day.
Love it.
Don't forget your lineups. I saw this from Yahoo. Jaylen Warren was inactive last week. I teased this for you, and I never told you the number.
Yeah.
So Jaylen Warren was inactive last week. He played in the 9:30 game for the Steelers against the Vikings. What percentage of Yahoo lineups had Jaylen Warren in the lineup? Again, they forgot to make the change or what? 62%. 62% of teams that had Jaylen Warren.
It was more than half?
Yeah, had Jaylen Warren in the lineup because they forgot to set their lineups.
Come on. It's a tough one, right? It's the morning game. Yep. He was supposed to play. He didn't late. But, man.
It's tough.
Set your notifications for your own players at least.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. When we get back, I have a Let's Get Stupid for this whiteout. Whiteout at the stadium on Sunday night. I'm wearing a very, very white hoodie right now.
You are. Is that what you're going to wear on?
You're supposed to say it's so clean.
It's clean.
It's so clean. It is clean. I got a Let's Get Stupid for the whiteout coming up.
Milano, I don't know what to do anymore. Because one, I don't know if I could trust him to stay out there even when he gets back. And two, how sure are we how good he actually is right now?
It's a good question.
As a player.
He did not have a very good game against the Titans. Ravens.
Yep.
It's a good question. It also
when's the last time Matt Milano was on the field and he was unbelievable? Like, he was great linebacker. Like, more than just a quarter, more than like a half. Because there were, like, end of last year, there was a half against the Jets where he made a couple of really nice plays. But, like, week to week, Matt Milano was a great linebacker. It's been
2 years.
It's been since 2022 that was the case. It's been a long time.
He's first team All-Pro in 2022.
Okay. And who was on the Bills the last time Matt Milano was great? Cole Beasley was on the Bills, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Right? Like Jordan Poyer. And was Jordan Poyer a first-team All-Pro the last time Matt Milano was great? As recent? Diggs and Singletary and, like, this is McKenzie. Like, this is a different Bills team.
It's a while ago, yeah.
That's how long it's been. So, I'm not saying I guess what I'm saying is I don't know. I don't know what he looks like because he can't stay on the field for more than 2 games at a time.
The thing I would ask is, you asked me what the confidence level is in this game against the Patriots. What are you afraid of? Like, what makes you nervous? Is it Ramondre Stevenson and Trevion Henderson and who's the other one? Antonio Gibson?
Gibson. Yeah.
Are you worried about them running all over you? Or are you worried about Drake May throwing to Hunter Henry 12 times? Which, by the way, he might do. Like, what am I worried about? If I'm watching this game, what is the formula for New England winning? I don't think the formula for New England winning is running the ball. I think the formula for them winning, if they're going to, is throwing it against this pass defense. And, we've got this strange spot where the Bills are number 1 in the NFL in yards against per attempt, which would suggest they have a good pass defense. And I'm not convinced that they do right now. Mm-hmm. So here comes a quarterback that is maybe really good, maybe just okay. We're still waiting to find out. He's 17 starts in. I've got a Let's Get Stupid for you very quickly. So, Sunday Night Football at Highmark will be, the Bills are asking for a whiteout. Fans, wear white. Mm-hmm. You know, maybe you get a white Bills jersey, white Bills shirt, white something. Wear white. They're trying to white out the stadium.
Paint your face.
Sure, whatever you want. And I am currently wearing a white hoodie. Why am I wearing this hoodie? I got this at the Sabres Foundation Golf Tournament.
Okay.
And it's a nice hoodie. It's got a little Sabres logo on the arm.
Okay. Nice.
It's a golf hoodie. It's a super clean, actually clean. Why am I wearing it here right now today? Answer, because I won't touch my children for about 7 hours. Because if I was near them, this thing would be done in 5 seconds.
Interesting. So you'll take that off in the car or in the driveway when you get home?
The idea of wearing it around one of the kids is nuts.
Yeah.
So here's the Let's Get Stupid. You know how when Ohio State plays Michigan, the Ohio State digital accounts remove M's, and Ohio State fans refuse to even write the letter M for Michigan?
Really?
Yes, they do.
That's real?
Here's what we're going to do at the stadium this week. You tell me this is not a good idea. Highmark, you got to remove all red sauces. Ketchups, salsas, they got to go. You can't have them on Sunday. People are going to wear their new rivalry uniform jerseys.
Yeah.
We won't make it out alive if you have ketchup in that stadium.
But what do you want instead?
Just fine. We'll go dry.
Nothing?
Dry,
because you can't go mustard.
If there's ketchup within 30 yards of me, it'll get on my shirt. So no ketchup at the stadium on Sunday.
Just mayo.
Yes.
Mayo.
Yes. Which that's like an oil-based stain that could make a stain. But it wouldn't be.
That would be tough,
But
too.
whatever. But it wouldn't be ketchup. No ketchup Sunday.
No ketchup Sunday.
Can't do that?
It's tough. It's a tailgate tradition for some.
To have ketchup?
Yeah, the ketchup
you
and
know
mustard.
what? I guess you're right about that. All right. Only ketchup there. Everybody else
just
stay away.
Just in that little pocket.
Yes.
In the stadium, on the grounds of the stadium. Man, dry though, like that's going to really change up what I'm going to want to eat.
You can't. What? There's a food you will not eat unless you can have ketchup on it?
Well, like you mean like we're talking anything?
Yeah.
Like I'm not having a dry hot dog.
You'll be
with
fine.
nothing on it.
You'll be fine.
No,
Put mustard
no
on
thanks.
it. Actually, you know what?
No, mustard's just as bad.
You know what it is?
What about relish?
That's goopy. That'll fall. No condiments.
No condiment. Exactly. So I'm not going that. And then, are you banning pizza? Because you said no red sauces of all kinds. There is red sauce on pizza.
We'll have white pizza. White pizza. White pizza's delicious. It's a whiteout.
That's a good move.
If it's a whiteout,
white pizza.
Only white pizza.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's all protect these investments we've made, these jerseys you're buying, the rivalry shirts.
White pizza is good.
White pizza is good.
All right, I'm into that.
Or when you walk in the door.
I like the no reds, though.
Or when you walk in the door, they hand you a Tide to Go pen. That's your here. Take it with you to your seat.
Here's our giveaway. Instead of rally towels, we're gonna do Tide.
Yes,
giveaways.
Tide to Go pens.
Yeah, I like it.
I mean, the number of times I make a decision to not wear something that will get a stain because these kids just touch you.
The only time
all right, there goes this shirt.
The only time I ever have that thought is when it's like, well, in the spring I often won't wear white because the dog is muddy more often.
Yeah,
and he'll jump into you like
muddy paws,
like you're
muddy paws. Just saying, I think you can pull it off, Bills. Where's the pizza? We're all out. We only have the white pizza left. Well, you know what? All right, I'm wearing this white
We only
uniform.
have white pizza, soft pretzels, French fries, but no ketchup with the French fries. You can dip it in mayo.
We don't have Pepsi. We have Sprite or 7-Up or whatever. Sorry, it's gone. No, it's all gone.
No cola.
No colas. Guinness, it's gone.
Yeah, no Guinness.
We're out of Guinness. What do we have? Hefeweizens. That's it. All light colors to try and protect your laundry out there.
It's just liquor. That's probably not great either.
Has anybody else had the existence where you'll get a drop of something on a pair of pants and I'll say to my wife, like, are these ruined? Because some things don't come out.
No, because
and there's all these fancy ways to get them out.
Everything comes out.
You got to attack it right away.
Yeah.
Some of it's like, all right, take the shirt off right away. Let me spray this. Let me soak it.
And even spray dish soap.
Dish soap.
Just dish soap.
Works on everything?
Yeah. That I've run into.
You might be
but
right.
it's got to be right, like you said. It's got to be quick. You got to get right to it.
803-0550. I'll be sitting here hanging out, get like a pat of butter on my arm. Be like, oh, well, this shirt's ruined.
It will be funny though if everyone's going to if everyone gets their rivalry jerseys now, and in 3 years when they play their rivalry series game, everyone shows up at the stadium with just these stained jerseys all around. It's like, is that the? I thought the Cardinals were the team that had all the spots on their jerseys.
Yeah. Hey, that's how you show your battle wounds, right? Like, I've been wearing this jersey for 3 years.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Everyone remember this. Bring your stained rivalry series jerseys to the game in 3 years.
How many hot dogs have you had over the years? One. There was an incident. All right. Sal on the other side will get the news from the Bills, the injury report, the new punter, and all things Bills-Patriots, which is coming your way Sunday night at the stadium. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR.
Milano, I don't know what to do anymore. Because one, I don't know if I could trust him to stay out there even when he gets back. And two, how sure are we know how good he actually is right now?
It's a good question.
As a player,
he did not have a very good game against the Titans, Ravens.
Yeah,
it's a good question. It also
what's the last time Matt Milano was on the field and he was unbelievable? Like, he was great linebacker. Like, more than just a quarter, more than like a half. Because there were, like, end of last year, there was a half against the Jets where he made a couple of really nice plays. But, like, week to week, Matt Milano was a great linebacker. It's been
2 years.
It's been since 2022 that was the case. It's been a long time.
He's first team All-Pro in 2022.
Okay. And who was on the Bills the last time Matt Milano was great? Cole Beasley was on the Bills, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Right? Like Jordan Poyer. And was Jordan Poyer a first-team All-Pro the last time Matt Milano was great? As recent? Diggs and Singletary and like this is McKenzie. Like, this is a different Bills team.
It's a while ago, yeah.
That's how long it's been. So I'm not saying I guess what I'm saying is I don't know. I don't know what he looks like because he can't stay on the field for more than 2 games at a time.
I had something I was going to get to quickly about Tyreek Hill. I saw yesterday Jason McIntyre and Colin Cowherd talking about Tyreek Hill, who maybe his career is over.
Right.
And they were talking about Miami and where Miami went wrong and they should have traded him. And but there was a throwaway comment at the beginning of the conversation where they both said, oh, he's not a Hall of Famer, but. And I thought, what?
Uh-huh.
Tyreek Hill.
He's not a Hall of Famer.
Is definitely a Hall of Famer. And the tough thing about Tyreek Hill is he's not a player or a person that many people want to defend. So,
no.
Maybe I want to say this instead. Tyreek Hill has had a Hall of Fame career, and it's obvious, is it not? In what way is he not a Hall of Famer? He's been the best player in football.
He's a 5-team All-Pro, a 5-team first All-Pro.
5-time first-team All-Pro. I got some of the other receivers that are in the Hall of Fame and how many times they made first-team All-Pro. Not that first-team All-Pro is everything, but first-team All-Pro 5 times. I also have the active list of first-team All-Pros in the NFL right now. Myles Garrett is 4. 4 first-team All-Pros for Myles Garrett. Tyreek Hill's 5. There's only one player in football active that has more first-team All-Pros, and that's Bobby Wagner.
It's really 4 for Tyreek Hill now that I'm looking because he was first-team All-Pro as a returner in his first year.
Okay. Devin Hester just got in.
I guess make special teams great
Did Devin Hester just get in or not?
He did.
Okay, that counts.
Yeah.
You want to knock him down to 4? Okay. Travis Kelce is a 4-time first-team All-Pro.
Yep. He is, Hall of Fame monitor.
Hall of Fame monitor, that's where I found a lot of this.
He is high on
They
this
put
list.
him, the average Hall of Famer on Pro Football Reference, the score is 100.
Yeah.
And Hill is a 95, which is ahead of Michael Irvin.
Right, but the lowest rated receiver on this is a 55. Tommy McDonald.
That's in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, you've got a 57, a 58. You got guys in the 70s that were lower than that.
They just put in Sterling Sharp, whose number is a 72. And ahead of Sterling Sharp if everybody had a Sterling Sharp got in, that's Mike Evans, Hines Ward, Devontae Adams, DeAndre Hopkins, Anquan Bolden.
Right.
Among others.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so he's a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Famer.
I think he's a Hall of Famer.
He's had a Hall of Fame career.
The Bills have a new punter, their third punter of the season after placing Cameron Johnston on injured reserve after that hit he took on Sunday. The Bills signed punter Mitch Wishnowsky, formerly of the San Francisco 49ers. He has punted in the Super Bowl. He's from Australia. He is the new punter. Talk more about it with Sal Capaccio coming up next. Third one of the year. Bills injury report later today. Spencer Brown, Ed Oliver, Matt Milano, the three names to keep an eye on later today. Elsewhere around the NFL, Thursday Night Football tomorrow is Rams 49ers. Both teams dealing with a bunch of injuries, especially San Francisco. Brock Purdy and his top two receivers, Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings, all not practicing on Tuesday. And if Purdy can't play, it'll be Mac Jones who will be playing through a knee injury if he has to start tomorrow night. Baseball playoffs got rolling yesterday. Yankees-Red Sox goes to Boston. The Yankees were down 2 in the bottom of the ninth, bases loaded. Aroldis Chapman retires 3 in a row, and the Red Sox take game 1. Dodgers blow out the Reds 10-5. Cubs beat the Padres 3-1. Tigers beat the Guardians 2-1. That'll lead off today's action as Detroit and Cleveland just after 1 o'clock. All 4 series will play again today, same times as yesterday. Sabres were practicing yesterday. They're missing a bunch of defensemen, so kind of bare bones on that front. No Bo Byram, Owen Power, or Matthias Samuelson at practice yesterday. You can get Paul's details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Mr. Sal Capaccio joins us on the Western Hotline ahead of Bills and Patriots for Sunday Night Football. But watching the highlights here this morning, Sal, rank it on a scale of, your feet up on the beach versus the most angry you've been when you watch the Yankees load the bases with nobody out and not score.
Not the most angry I've been. Okay. I kind of almost anticipated them not scoring because they just have done that too often, and I knew it Stanton up. Now, he had hit some big hits towards the end of the season, but I just did not expect that. He's been striking out, so I figured he might get an out here, and then any double play will end the game or whatever. So listen, I mean, it was disappointing, no doubt.
Yeah.
I was more mad than anything at Luke Weaver giving up hits and Max Fried getting kind of screwed out of a great performance than I was about them not coming through in the bottom of the ninth inning. It sucked. And Max and I watched the game together, and I said, well, that's it. Got to win tomorrow night or the season's over, buddy. You know, and that's where it comes down to tonight.
And First pitch 6:08, like not too late tonight, so that's nice, right? You get these staggered starts in Major League Baseball playoffs. So
yeah, it was nice actually having the game end at 9:00 last night. To be honest with you, you know what I mean. So a little before that, I think it was.
Sal, of course, joining us to talk about Bills and Patriots, and we have some news on the roster. The Bills have added a punter. Mitch Wishnowsky is the Bills' new punter because of the injury that the Bills punter suffered on Sunday against the Saints. So, what do we know about the Bills' new punter?
Yeah, so the Bills went out and they obviously, were hoping for the best for Cameron Johnston. And when Sean McDermott talked about him the other day, he said he's going to miss time. They'll work some guys out. Well, they had a guy on the ready, and that's Mitch Wishnowsky. And he is a former fourth-round draft pick of the San Francisco 49ers. Now, how many punters are drafted in the fourth-round guys, right? I mean, this guy did. You're right, 6 NFL seasons, second in NFL, 49ers franchise history, over 45.2 yard average. So, he's been around the league a little bit, and he's done some nice things. Had 62 punts, that went 50 or more yards during his college career at Utah. Another Utah guy, by the way, Dalton Kincaid and Cole Bishop on the team as well. So, yeah, this is he was a Ray Guy Award and first-team All-America honoree in 2016. So this is a guy that can bomb the ball, and that's a great thing. He is right-footed. I know that gets asked a lot these days with different punters coming in, right? So he is right-footed. So he's going to have to hold. Obviously, that'll be a part of his job when he comes to Buffalo. But yeah, he is he's a seventh-year player in the league, and the Bills feel like they need someone, I think, in this type of situation who's been around the league and can kind of come in a little bit more, who's worked with other guys.
I want to get into the right-footed putter thing, because remind me how this all happened. Was it Belichick that first went to a left-footed punter, and we decided that Sun Tzu had figured something out? Have we swung back to right foot? What's the latest on this?
I think that's pretty much right, Jeremy, where Belichick started having left-footed punters, and it's like, well, the ball spins differently when it comes down for a lefty, so, you better be ready. And everybody's like, okay, and then suddenly teams started doing it. What you will see, though, and I've seen this a lot, the Bills do this a lot, if you are facing a left-footed punter that coming week, you'll bring in a left-footed punter to your practice squad that week so guys can get used to it. It is interesting because it's not just the spin. It is the angle of blocking it, right? If you're going to block it from a righty or a lefty to make sure that you go to the right spot, that's going to matter. Snapping not snapping for the Bills, I would say, but just kind of everything that goes into the operation. So, yes, that is exactly what happened, though. We don't see it as much anymore, but you do see more lefty punters, I think, and have at least over the last several years in the NFL.
The next evolution is a punter that can kick with both feet.
Yes.
And then the returner just has no idea when he lines up. Also, by the way, he has, I think, maybe the best punter nickname that I've ever heard in my life, according to Pro Football Reference. Any ideas? He's from Australia.
He is.
That gives it away a little bit.
Oh, you know what? I saw this.
I think I know what this is, yes.
Yes, the Boomin' Onion.
The Boomin' Onion.
Yeah, that's right.
The Boomin' Onion is a great nickname, and they should put it on his jersey.
It's really good.
Also, 7 punts in the Super Bowl, which 50.5 yards per punt in the last one. So I don't know. Are there big game punters? The problem is you don't want to see him if you're in a Super Bowl.
Here's where you ask me, would you take him punting 7 times in the Super Bowl?
No. He punted 5 times for the Niners in their last Super Bowl. That's probably not a good.
It's a lot of punts.
It's a lot of punts.
Yeah.
But
this, by the way, he you don't see this a ton from punters, and I know it's been a few years, but twice in his NFL career he's been named NFC Special Teams Player of the Week, and twice he's been named NFC Special Teams Player of the Month.
Okay. I mean,
you always see that a lot.
He's not really these punters and kickers, Sal, that get brought in are often journeymen. This is not a journeyman. Like this is just one stop, and now he's in San Francisco, and now he's to the Bills.
Yeah, that's right. And I have to go back and see, what he did punt for San Francisco last year.
Right.
But he has great numbers. He has really good numbers, I should say, including a 74-yard punt, by the way, in 2022. So you never know how not all 74-yard punts are created equal, I'm sure, but he did have that. And he is a guy, I think that at least, like I said, when you're in this situation, you're like the Bills, I think that you want to bring someone in who can kind of fit in right away in the week. Like Matt Prater. Matt Prater is a veteran. He's been around the league a while. You bring him in, and he can kind of know what the deal is right away when he fits in.
Is today Tyler Bass watch?
Today is Tyler Bass watch. Today is Max Hairston watch. I mean, I wouldn't expect much in that. We'll hear from Sean McDermott a little bit later today. this afternoon before practice. But yes, today would be the start of Tyler Bass and Max Harrison watch, and Tyler Grable for that matter.
Sure, right. So the rule is they can be activated. They have 3 weeks to practice, and then if they are, how's it work?
No. The practice comes before the activation.
Okay, sorry. 3 week practice window, and once they start practice, you get 3 weeks to decide if you're going to activate them.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a good distinction, Jeremy, because people think, well, who are you going to release to activate them? Well, you don't have to worry about that until they're ready to play, and that's 3 weeks after they start practicing. And if they don't practice yet, you don't have to do that yet.
But it also doesn't.
Let's just say they went on the field today, right? If let's just say Max Harrison and Tyler Bass both started practicing today, the Bills would essentially have until October 22nd to activate them to the roster, and then they'd have to make a move.
Right. Mm-hmm. But they don't have to practice for 3 weeks.
Correct.
Like if the Bills activate if the Tyler Bass returns to practice and he's good to go, they could just say like, okay, he's activated. There's not a 3 week.
That is correct. Okay. That is right. That could be this weekend if they wanted to.
Right. Okay. So with that, Sal, like maybe Hairston, we're waiting on that. The reason I make that distinction is because if Hairston is not returning to practice in starting this 3 week countdown, that doesn't automatically push his activation 3 weeks at a time, because you could just practice for 1 week and then be activated.
Yes.
Okay.
You're saying get activated before the 3 week window expires.
Yes. I'm saying like if you don't see Hairston practicing today, that doesn't mean kick it off another 3 weeks here because he needs 3 weeks.
Right. Yes. So let's just say the Bills feel he would be available to play on, I don't know, October 30th, right? Mm-hmm. They could wait until October 23rd to start practicing them, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah,
Yep.
They could do that. So that's exactly right. So yeah, the bottom line is, so everybody knows, they do not have to start practicing. They can stay on IR the whole year, another week, 2 months, whatever. Doesn't matter. If they do step on the practice field, the team has 21 days to activate them to the active roster. They could also do it any time before then.
Okay. Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. So other things to look to this week. So I saw some of your tweets about how the Bills are getting burned by quarterbacks scrambling. And this week, I'd imagine that's a big kind of focus of what they're going to do. Not that you need, Isaiah McKenzie on your scout team to be Drake May, but he is a very good scrambler, and it's something that this defense has been, susceptible to so far this season.
The numbers are not good, but there's some, detail in there that you have to recognize. So quarterbacks have scrambled against the Bills this year 11 times for 128 yards. That's 11.6 yards per scramble. That includes one time the Bills stopped them for a 2-yard scramble on a 2nd and 16. So you take that out, even that's 10 times for 126 yards, over 12 yards a carry. Of those 11 scrambles, 7 have resulted in first downs. So what's happening? Well, a few things. The Bills play primarily a zone defense. They're in a bit of a shell. So now quarterback drops back, guys start dropping back. There's a little bit of an opening. They start running, right? If the Bills blitz, this happens with any team. You blitz, you leave some lanes open. There's one less guy. The Bills also typically employ a spy. And I will tell you guys, Matt Milano is oftentimes a spy. I do think this is a key point. There's no Matt Milano right now. I think Matt Milano would be someone you would say in those long yardage situations, these mobile quarterbacks. Now they have used Dorian Williams. They've used other players as spies, but not everybody is as good at it, or you're going to use them as much in those situations. And then tackling's been an issue. And we know that. They missed Lamar Jackson on a tackle. They missed Spencer Rattler on a couple tackles. Tre'Davious White had right in his sights for a blitz, for a sack. He spun out of it. He gets, so those are things you have to button up on. Those are things you have to be a little better on. Scrambles are going to happen. Quarterbacks are going to leave the pocket and scramble, and sometimes that's a win for the defense where you say, man, we did everything to stay in coverage. He just made a really nice play, and he found an opening. Sometimes that's going to happen. But when you have an opportunity to keep the quarterback behind the line of scrimmage or shortly over the line of scrimmage when he's scrambling, you got to sometimes make sure you get him down to the ground. That comes with rush lane discipline. That comes with recognizing what happens, and that comes with people making tackles.
Sal Capaccio with us. Sal, often that's also entrusted to a linebacker when that's happening. Where are they at linebacker? If Milano is still going to be out, this week seemed like a very, I don't even know if I want to say up, just there was a lot of inconsistency with Dorian Williams last week having to play. And I don't know, are you noticing Shaq Thompson make plays like I am? Because I the more he's out there, it seems like he's getting noticed. So I don't know, though, if there would be a competition between those two if Milano is going to stay out here.
The reason why you notice Shaq Thompson making plays, and I do too, is because at least once a game he delivers such a big hit that everyone in the stadium goes, oh, like that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, this dude just brings the lumber every time he comes up and makes a hit, and it just energizes everybody as well. He's also really smart. He's been in this league, and he's seen everything, and he can play all three linebacker positions. He's a valuable guy. I remember during training camp, when they signed when they signed Shaq Thompson, my thought was, yeah, I mean, see what he has left in the tank. I don't know if he'll make the team. Good, like, practice squad guy to break glass in case of emergency. And then, you saw him in training camp, like, okay, he's kind of like making some plays. He's around the ball. He knows what he's doing, obviously. And then he makes the team, and you see they have a role for him. And at the end of training camp, you could see that there was going to be a role for him. He's going to make the team. And now he does have a role. He's on the team, obviously. Last game, he played 11 snaps. He played 21 snaps against the Dolphins. And what's interesting is about that is he was the linebacker who went in for Taron Johnson in that situation on base defense. Now, that's not the case. What you're asking is, would he actually play for Dorian Williams instead of if Matt Milano's not able to go? And I think there's a possibility of that at sometimes. I think the Bills really trust Dorian. And no, it's not always. Sometimes it's uneven with Dorian, and he didn't have his best game necessarily. Shaq did come in late in the game, but Sean McDermott said Dorian Williams had something going on. He was dealing with something near the end of the game. That's why Shaq went in for him in that situation. So I think it would still be Dorian because, guys, I think they like Shaq Thompson being available to do other roles for them, to be that big nickel, to go in for somebody if somebody gets banged up. So I don't expect him, plus he is a little older, I don't expect him to suddenly take over like the backup will linebacker role.
Yeah.
But I do think he has a really important role on this team.
Maybe what too could be a battle here at all is as he plays that role when they go to base defense, when Milano comes back, like maybe that's where like Dorian Williams could still even be their backup will linebacker, but in those dozen snaps that they go to base defense, maybe Shaq Thompson wrestles that away from Williams because I think it had been him mostly when Milano was healthy.
Yeah, that could very well be right, and we could see that. So let's see this week what happens when we hear from McDermott today, and then we go on the practice field. We'll know if Matt Milano's practicing, Ed Oliver, and Spencer Brown. Those are the three guys that missed last week, three starters for the Bills. And, of course, Milano and Oliver, have been out multiple weeks now. And I think it does impact the defense. It impacts the defense when you have two of your better players who play directly in the middle right next to the football and over the football who are out. And every team deals with injuries. But when you compound those injuries with guys like that, of course, that's going to impact how you play. So we'll see if Ed Oliver and Matt Milano are practicing today.
How much are the Bills talking about tackling being the problem?
A lot, because they've been asked about it and because Sean McDermott is very big on fundamentals and recognizes it. That's a non-negotiable for football coaches, for Sean McDermott especially. Not tackling is a non-negotiable. Missing too many tackles is non-negotiable. Are you going to miss tackles? Yes. Sometimes it happens. Every team, every player at some point is going to miss a tackle or two. Running backs, receivers with the ball in their hand are going to force you to miss some tackles. Those things are going to happen. But they had too many missed tackles and situations where they just should be bringing people down. And that is something that will very much irk Sean McDermott, who is he's very big on the fundamentals. Like that's again, there's two things, there might be more, but there's two things I can tell you are non-negotiable. Missed tackles when you have guys right there to wrap them up and tackle them, and pre-snap penalties. And the Bills had both of those last week. They had a lot of post-snap penalties too, way too many. But penalties overall and tackling, those are fundamental discipline issues that the Bills, I guarantee you, are working on a lot this week.
Yeah, I saw a stat earlier this week, like the Bills' yards after contact allowed. The run defense is a problem, but there's a consistent message that it might not be the defensive line that's been the biggest problem here. It's that if they do their 111th and the other guys that are supposed to fill are not filling, then or just getting there a little bit late, guys are breaking tackles. Saw that, of course, from Derrick Henry. But Kenry Miller is not exactly a household name you'd expect to break 3 tackles on a big touchdown run. So it might all look better from a run defense standpoint if they just got guys on the ground. And Sal, to me, that's not scheme. That's players.
I agree with you. They have to do a better job there. And even if you're not going to get the guy on the ground, you have to do enough to get him in a situation where the cavalry comes and gets him on the ground, right? Like sometimes you're out there and you're a smaller DB and there's a running back and, hey, maybe you can't tackle him one-on-one, but you got to be able to slow him up, wrap him up until other people arrive to get him down one-on-one. Thing that frustrated me watching on Sunday sometimes was these bigger guys, like Juwan Johnson catches the ball and like two guys go real high on him. Like that's a big dude, right? Like you got to go to his legs, you got to tackle him, you got to wrap him up so he can't move. And at the very least, you wrap him up enough where other people come by and they can get him down on the ground. So those are things that I guarantee you the Bills are talking about. Tre'Davious White had been called for 2 holding penalties, and then he came out of the game. Dorian Strong went in. I think Dorian Strong does a nice job tackling. I think he's actually pretty physical at the point of attack. So, that's a guy that I think going forward that you take a look at. And Sean said that it was nothing that traded wrong. They wanted to get Dorian Strong in there. But those are good reps for him, and you see that he does have the ability to tackle, and that's something that's encouraging. When Max Harrison does eventually play, that's something he's going to have to do. He's going to have to tackle. And it wasn't known to be a strong part of his game when he was in college, but, that's going to be a part of the equation when he comes back to play.
Sal Capaccio with us on the Western Hotline. Sal, James Cook broke the record for the Bills last week with touchdowns in consecutive games, rushing touchdowns in consecutive games. Do you think it's a streak they'll care about now that he has it? Like now that the NFL record is 10 away, by the way. I looked it up. It's 18, so ooh. I don't think that'd be on the brain yet. Or really, I don't even know if this matters, though, as a question. He is their goal line back. I looked up since the beginning of last year. Carries inside the 2-yard line. Josh Allen, 13. James Cook, 13. Ty Johnson, 1. Ray Davis, 0. So I don't know if it's about the streak. It's just he's not really the body type for it, but they use him around the goal line, and it seems to work. So I guess really would there ever be a reason to change? Probably not.
No, you're right. It's a good stat there, and I wonder, he's become more of a goal line back too because the Bills go a little heavier now. They have the ability to do that. They feel good about that package, what they can do. I remember reading Matthew Berry's love-hate before the season, and one of the guys was in his hate column was James Cook. He doesn't actually hate James Cook. The way it works is who's being overdrafted or underdrafted in fantasy.
Yep.
And he said he hated James Cook because you can't sustain what he did in touchdowns last year. And I think about that sometimes, watching him sustain what he did in touchdowns last year. I'm like, no, everybody thought he'd have this regression. It hasn't happened. To your point about Joe, would they care about it? Man, I said on the Extra Point Show on Monday when it opened it up, maybe I should have thought, and we all should have thought, the easiest bet in the world might have been James Cook scoring because the Bills knew he needed one for the record.
Oh, I knew it beforehand. I think maybe the books did too, though, because he was minus 200. You were getting a terrible price. You go. You weren't getting a big payout for it.
Do you remember when the Bills definitely tried to get the record of most guys with a touchdown pass, right?
Yes.
The reception?
Yeah.
They're aware of these things. Yeah, they matter.
Yeah.
So, like you said, though, maybe a little too far away from the
NFL record.
The NFL record, but hey, if you get an opportunity, and he's also been doing it, it's not like you're doing something out of character for James Cook to carry the ball down there at the goal line.
The only time they ever did it, maybe a little out of character, was when they brought him back into the game in Week 18 last year, right? Because he had checked out
was for
against
the
New
single
England.
Season record, I believe.
That's right. But other than that, it's usually pretty natural. Yeah.
That is correct. Yeah, but what does that tell you? They are aware, right? They're aware of these things, and this is everybody eats, right? Again, I try to explain to people, everybody eats. Some people think that means, where is it? Why are not 5 guys getting 8 catches a game? That's not what it means. What it means is when everybody does their job, we share in success, we share in awards, we share in accolades, we share in wins. If you look at this is a great example. Watch the Khalil Shakir touchdown last week. He catches the ball. 2 great blocks on the perimeter, one by Dalton Kincaid and one by Tyrell Shavers. And then later, Dalton Kincaid runs down and blocks. But these are 2 great blocks. This is everybody eats. They're blocking for him to make that play. And then later, the Bills go with a fake. Was it Khalil? They faked it on the bubble screen too? I can't remember. And where's Dalton Kincaid?
I think it's Ty Johnson on that play, but I could be wrong.
There you go. But Dalton Kincaid, right? The everybody eats part I'm getting to is the Dalton Kincaid part here. He is blocking for Khalil Shakir twice on that play, making great blocks. And what happens later? Because he did that so well on that play, he gets rewarded with a touchdown because he's streaking down and nobody's covering him.
The other way to say this, Sal, they say this a lot in wide receiver rooms: no block, no rock.
I love that.
You
That's
want the
right.
ball, you better do your job blocking.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
Sal,
right.
one quick thing before we go. A name that you and I know well and maybe hadn't talked about or heard in a long time. Lawrence Moten passed away. Lawrence, Poetry in Moten. Joe, this was a Syracuse basketball player. Was he there when you were at Syracuse, Sal?
Me, yep.
Yeah.
He is my age. He's 53.
Yeah, he's a couple years before I got there, but of course, I grew up watching Syracuse basketball, and Moten was one of the best they've ever had. He was amazing, and he passed away at the age of 53, and an all-time Syracuse great. Gone too soon.
He was awesome. I know people wore high socks because of Lawrence Moten.
That's right.
Like, that was the time period. You got to remember now, I'm a freshman the same time as the Fab Five. They're all my age, okay? So they're at Michigan, and they're wearing the baggy shorts and the low-cut socks and the high tops, right? Well, here's Lawrence Moten wearing these high socks for Syracuse basketball, and how many people in the 90s wore high socks because of Lawrence Moten wearing the high socks? Him and I are exactly like at Syracuse the exact same time, 91 to 95. And the minute he gets there, he is a starter right away.
Yep.
And I believe he came at that time, he became the all-time scorer in Big East history while he was at Syracuse. I believe that's the case. But, man, just a terrible for him. Passed away way too young, man, the age of 35.
53, yeah. It's
I'm sorry, 53.
Yeah, 53.
I said 35.
Thanks for reminding me with high socks, because when he's there at Syracuse, I'm in high school, but like 2 years away from there. So I'm not, I'm 7 years younger than you. But, I mean, I'm watching Syracuse, and high socks 100%, like 93, 95, that's high school for me. That's middle school and high school. I'm like, Joe, pull up a picture. Like, I don't know how many other guys did this, not only at the time or really ever, pull their socks up all the way up. It's like soccer socks he's got on as he played. He was great. All right, Sal, thanks very much.
All right, you got it, guys.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline on the Bills and, some other things mixed in there as well. Yankees, Syracuse, all that good stuff. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Paul Hamilton at 8. We'll check in on the Sabres, who have a game tonight. It might be the closest we see to their opening night roster, and a home with Pittsburgh, and Joe Marino at 8:30.
We also have a 3-goalie problem once again.
A 3-goalie problem. That's like the 3-body problem?
Yeah.
The 3-goalie problem?
Again.
Yeah. The 3-body problem.
I think the GM was in this room 2 years ago and said, I don't like having 3 goaltenders, and they have 3 goaltenders again.
Is this where someone is shouting, if you have 3 goaltenders, you have none?
Yes. What were you going to say about the 3-body problem?
That the show
Love that show.
The show was good, and I've watched Neil deGrasse Tyson explain what the 3-body problem is in physics.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's a thing.
Okay.
A 3-body
I thought you were
problem.
going to say he's going to tell me why the show's inaccurate or something.
No, it's a science fiction show, but like the 3-body problem is it's scientific thing.
And it's unsolvable?
Yes, something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's too early to talk about that stuff.
We think it's unsolvable.
Yeah.
In 1,000 years, someone will solve it, and then it won't be unsolvable.
Maybe.
Right.
I don't know. 803-0550. Not ready for astronomy.
These are too deep. These questions are too deep right now.
Yeah. Let me get back to, I don't know, a wide
James
receiver
Cook goal line
conversation.
carries.
James Cook.
How about that? Ray Davis, not a single carry from inside the 2-yard line since he's been a Buffalo Bill. He was the power back, I thought. Nope.
803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I had something I was going to get to quickly about Tyreek Hill. I saw yesterday Jason McIntyre and Colin Cowherd talking about Tyreek Hill, who maybe his career is over.
Right.
And they were talking about Miami and where Miami went wrong and they should have traded him. And but there was a throwaway comment at the beginning of the conversation where they both said, oh, he's not a Hall of Famer, but. And I thought, what?
Uh-huh.
Tyreek Hill.
He's not a Hall of Famer.
Is definitely a Hall of Famer. And the tough thing about Tyreek Hill is he's not a player or a person that many people want to defend. So,
no.
Maybe I want to say this instead. Tyreek Hill has had a Hall of Fame career, and it's obvious, is it not? In what way is he not a Hall of Famer? He's been the best player in football.
He's a 5-team All-Pro, a 5-team first All-Pro.
5-time first-team All-Pro. I got some of the other receivers that are in the Hall of Fame and how many times they made first-team All-Pro. Not that first-team All-Pro is everything, but first-team All-Pro 5 times. I also have the active list of first-team All-Pros in the NFL right now. Myles Garrett is 4. 4 first-team All-Pros for Myles Garrett. Tyreek Hill's 5. There's only one player in football active that has more first-team All-Pros, and that's Bobby Wagner.
It's really 4 for Tyreek Hill now that I'm looking because he was first-team All-Pro as a returner in his first year.
Okay. Devin Hester just got in.
I guess make special teams great
Did Devin
again,
Hester just get in or not?
He did.
Okay, that counts.
Yeah.
You want to knock him down to 4? Okay. Travis Kelce is a 4-time first-team All-Pro.
Yep. He is, Hall of Fame monitor.
Hall of Fame monitor, that's where I found a lot of this.
He is high on
They
this
put
list.
him, the average Hall of Famer on Pro Football Reference, the score is 100.
Yeah.
And Hill is a 95, which is ahead of Michael Irvin.
Right, but the lowest rated receiver on this is a 55. Tommy McDonald.
That's in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, you've got a 57, a 58. You got guys in the 70s that were lower than that.
They just put in Sterling Sharp, whose number is a 72. And ahead of Sterling Sharp, if everybody ahead of Sterling Sharp got in, that's Mike Evans, Hines Ward, Devontae Adams, DeAndre Hopkins, Anquan Bolden.
Right.
Among others.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so he's a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Famer.
I think he's a Hall of Famer.
He's had a Hall of Fame career. The Bills have added a punter. Mitch Wishnowsky is the Bills' new punter because of the injury that the Bills punter suffered on Sunday against the Saints. So what do we know about the Bills' new punter?
Yeah, so the Bills went out and they obviously, were hoping for the best for Cameron Johnston. And when Sean McDermott talked about him the other day, he said he's going to miss time. They'll work some guys out. Well, they had a guy on the ready, and that's Mitch Wishnowsky. And he is a former 4th-round draft pick of the San Francisco 49ers. Now, how many punters are drafted in the 4th round, guys, right? I mean, this guy did. You're right. 6 NFL seasons, second in NFL in 49ers franchise history, over 45.2 yard average. So, he's been around the league a little bit, and he's done some nice things. Had 62 punts, that went 50 or more yards during his college career at Utah. Another Utah guy, by the way. Dalton Kincaid and Cole Bishop on the team as well. So, yeah, this is he was a Ray Guy Award and first-team All-America honoree in 2016. So this is a guy that can bomb the ball, and that's a great thing. He is right-footed. I know that gets asked a lot these days with different punters coming in, right? So he is right-footed. So he's going to have to hold, obviously. That'll be a part of his job when he comes to Buffalo. But, yeah, he's a 7th-year player in the league, and, the Bills feel like they need someone, I think, in this type of situation who's running around the league and can kind of come in a little bit more, who's worked with other guys.
I want to get into the right-footed putter thing because remind me how this all happened. Was it Belichick that first went to a left-footed punter and we decided that Sun Tzu had figured something out? Have we swung back to right foot? What's the latest on this?
I think that's pretty much right, Jeremy, where Belichick started having left-footed punters, and it's like, well, the ball spins differently when it comes down for a lefty, so, you better be ready. And everybody's like, okay, and then suddenly teams started doing it. What you will see, though, and I've seen this a lot, the Bills do this a lot, if you are facing a left-footed punter that coming week, you'll bring in a left-footed punter to your practice squad that week so guys can get used to it.
After placing Cameron Johnston on injured reserve, the Bills, he had the foot and ankle injury after getting hit on Sunday. Mitch Wishnowsky is the Bills' new punter, their 3rd punter of the year, formerly of the 49ers. He's punted in the Super Bowl. He is now the Bills' punter. Elsewhere around the NFL, Lamar Jackson, dealing with his hamstring injury, expected to miss 2 to 3 weeks and is unlikely to obviously play this Sunday against the Houston Texans. Baltimore with a couple of home games in a row against Houston and then the Rams next week. Cooper Rush will start in place of Lamar. Brock Purdy might miss Thursday Night Football. He has a toe injury, didn't practice on Tuesday. Mac Jones is also dealing with an injury with his knee, but he'll be the one to play if Purdy cannot. Baseball playoffs yesterday. Red Sox beat the Yankees. Yankees had the bases loaded in the ninth inning, but couldn't get a runner home. Guardians and Tigers goes to Detroit 2-1. Cubs beat the Padres 3-1. Dodgers beat the Reds 10-5. Baseball playoffs start again today at 1. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I don't think we should ever accept that in golf. I think golf should be held to a higher standard than what was seen out there this week. Golf has the ability to unite people. Golf teaches you very good life lessons. It teaches you etiquette. It teaches you how to play by the rules. It teaches you how to respect people. And, sometimes this week we didn't see that. So this should not be what is acceptable in the Ryder Cup. We will be making sure to say to our fans in Ireland in 2027 that what happened here this week is not acceptable. And it's, for me, come and support your home team. Come and support your team. I think if I was an American, I would be annoyed that I didn't hear a lot of shouts for Scotty today, but I heard a lot of shouts against me. And it's like, support your players. That's the thing. So, look, it was a rough week for all of us, but at the same time, we shut them up by our performance and how we played, and we tried to, I chirped back a few times because it got to me a few times, but we tried to handle everything that came our way with class and poise, and for the most part, I felt like we did that.
Rory McIlroy on the atmosphere at the Ryder Cup. We're a couple days removed. We had a Bills football Monday, lots going on.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's really good by Rory.
It is really good by
really
Rory.
Good.
However, I saw Paul Azinger said something about this, and you decide where you want to land on this exact point. Rory just says, I felt like we handled a lot of things with poise. Azinger says, of Rory, quote, he turns around and says to the guy to shut the bleep up. The guy in the media asks him how'd that feel to tell him to shut up, and then he hit it to 2 feet, and he said, pretty bleeping good. And I'm like, which is it, Rory? Is it that golf is held to a higher standard, or are you just going to bleep you, the fans, and act like that's okay? I love Rory, but you can't say that. You can't say the fans need to behave better, and then in the meantime, lay them to waste. You can't do both. You have to be one or the other. Azinger basically saying, no matter what they do, if you do it back, then you can't say there's no place for that on a golf course.
But even he's admitting, it got to me a few times.
For sure.
Isn't Rory admitting, yeah, I did it, but I know I was wrong to do it?
Well, then you don't get to say I did it with poise.
Right.
I lost my poise, my composure.
But you could still say that it shouldn't have happened.
That's right. And I think, the idea of heckling another team, I watched a clip where Rory's lining up a shot and the guy's talking to him about the ball and the acorn there and just being very annoying. Yeah. And then as soon as Rory hits it, the guy yells, get in the bunker. And that's just, it's pretty lame. If you're that kind of person heckling a professional golfer, I think you're a giant loser personally, but
even that is a little that's after the shot. I heard that too. He's yelling, "Get in the bunker!"
Right. That's tamer.
That's a little more harmless than things that were being said about his family.
Right, for sure. And that stuff. Right. Should they have kicked people out? Should they have had a more zero tolerance policy? I saw the PGA commissioner chairman. They asked him about it. He's like, "Oh yeah, it probably wasn't that bad."
No, a couple of them were pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
The people that said things about his family should have been removed immediately from the tournament.
For sure.
And maybe they were. I didn't even see. But I know it was said.
I just thought, I read that Azinger comment. The first time I read it, I thought, oh, come on, please. And then the second time I read it, I thought, well, also, you're asking someone to be a bigger person, but that is the what you're asking is for the person that's in the spotlight to be better than the person in the stands. And the person in the stands that does it facelessly and namelessly, anonymously, hiding behind 12 other people, there's supposed to be. I guess what Azinger is really pointing to is personal accountability for the golfer, but not for the person that yelled the thing about his family. Right. So it was ugly. It was ugly. It was not good.
And Ireland, we'll see. Does Ireland strike you as the place that wouldn't be rowdy also?
No, I think it'll be rowdy, but I don't think that they will
get to that extent.
The farthest they might go is getting on Cantlay for being slow. That happens at the Ryder Cup.
Yeah,
a guy is slow or annoying.
Yeah, maybe Bryson could get chirped. I could see that happening.
Maybe.
Actually, wasn't it Fleetwood who said this ain't YouTube or something? That caused a stir, didn't it? When the caddies were about to fight?
Yeah.
Didn't that start? Well, it started with the clip I saw was that it was Fleetwood and Rose and their caddies, and then Bryson and his caddy that were in a little bit of a spat because Rose asked Bryson's caddy to move out of the way and was disrespectful or something.
There's a misunderstanding about process of putting and who was lining. Yeah.
But then after that had begun, someone, was it even Fleetwood or maybe it was Fleetwood's caddy, said to Bryson well, this ain't YouTube, huh?
Yeah.
Or this ain't as easy as YouTube. Someone said something about YouTube, and that kind of set him off, I think.
While we're at decorum and rules and all that, maybe caddies don't talk trash. Easy, buddy.
Caddies can't talk trash?
No. Congratulations on carrying a bag. I got 135.
They're helping. They're giving advice.
Helping.
Yeah, I mean, they're picking the clubs sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Aren't the players trusting them in that?
Caddies shouldn't talk trash.
Can they talk trash to the other caddy or just not the player? Or nobody?
You can talk trash to the other caddy if the other caddy has made a bad club selection.
Okay, but you can't. So,
Nothing else.
So if DeChambeau misses a putt, Fleetwood's caddy can't say anything to DeChambeau's caddy?
Not only that, but it's team golf. The golfers often had another player to read the putt if they wanted to, not just the caddy.
Right.
Anyway.
I bet they would trust their caddy.
The Ryder Cup did not go well.
It didn't, and then it almost did again, and then it didn't. They really almost came back on Sunday.
It would have been the quietest comeback of all time. I had no idea it was even happening.
Because
it was so written off.
I know. I didn't know it was happening until actually Brian texted me at some point, exclamation, Thomas. JT had made a crazy birdie putt to keep it alive. There was a point there were 5 groups left on the course. So half of them were done. And there was a point with 5 holes left where if everything holds, it's a tie.
Yeah.
And Morikawa was tied. It's you need to hold everything, and Morikawa needs to win 1 hole, and you win the Ryder Cup. It was getting really close.
But if it was a tie, then Europe would have retained.
Right. That's why they needed it was hold everything. Morikawa wins 1 hole. Right. U.S. wins the Ryder Cup.
Meanwhile, mixed in there, can you imagine if they had retained it on a half point and they did it because Hovland didn't play?
Oh, that was ready to be controversy.
A big story. That story was that Hovland had a neck injury and couldn't play, and when you withdraw, it's a tie.
And then he was, I don't want to be that guy, but he was out there celebrating after. Why wouldn't they all just withdraw? You win the Ryder Cup. Congratulations. You all just needed a half point.
Yeah.
We're just not going to play today. Yeah, that rule needs to be changed. I was rooting for Europe to win it by the half point so that it became a big story and they could change the rule because that rule makes no sense.
It's a pretty dumb rule.
Why should you get a half point for not playing? Especially when the team from behind needs every point they could get. I thought that was dumb. I would have made Luke Donald play.
Yeah, you should have to sub in an alternate. Field Yates tweets, "Welcome to October, the only month we are guaranteed NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA, and NHL games. October." And then suggests maybe the best sports month of the year. Is it? I think
it's tough to beat.
If you want to say October's the best, I think you are someone that is a big baseball fan. Because it's what do you like more, baseball or the NBA, the NHL? I mean, NHL games do start, and so do NBA games. They're around, but it's not the playoff stretch or anything like that.
No.
Can you have the best sports month of the year without football? Do you need it to have NFL football?
It has to have football.
You probably do? Okay.
I think it has to have football.
Okay.
I think it's
October.
I don't even know that you need to be the biggest baseball fan. It's just this is the month where you have something every single night. Right?
Yeah, high-stakes stuff.
Yeah.
Every night. But a lot of baseball, a lot of NFL. and then the NBA and NHL get started.
And among the NFL months, like most teams are still in it, so you don't have as many dog games. I think.
Yeah,
and I think that helps. So I'm willing to listen on October. Is the best.
Speaking of NHL, a domino has fallen. Kaprizov signs $17 million a year.
Yeah,
a $3 million jump over the highest paid player in the NHL.
And there's a story now about how that really changes the Eichel negotiation in Vegas.
Yeah,
how like they were maybe close, and now Friedman had something about this is going to push up Eichel's ask, and Vegas doesn't want to go much higher than they paid Marner. But they only paid Marner. What was the Marner
14?
deal? 14. So if they don't want to go above 14, is Eichel just going to say, yeah, I'm willing to take 3 less than the dude that just signed in Minnesota?
Marner got 12.
12, right. That's right, because they were talking about 13 being the number.
For Eichel?
For Eichel. And if after Kaprizov signed for 17, there's no way Eichel should take $13 million.
Right, he should take,
that would be nuts.
Right. And McDavid's going to get 19, 20?
They should.
He should.
They should get 19, 20.
Boy, when he signs for 7 years, $140 million with the Sabres, that's going to hit hard. It's going to be so good next year.
Yeah.
Sure,
that'd be great.
It's not possible?
What?
I can't dream of it?
What?
I can't dream that.
Wait, can we? You got to play the Let's Get Stupid music first. If you're going to ask me that question.
That when he was playing in Erie and living with his billet family who were Sabres fans, that he just it entered his brain that he just I just need to play there. It feels right.
Yeah, and you think a lot's happened in between that makes him really, really want to.
Sometimes, Joe. Sometimes sometimes it's unexplainable. Love is love. He loves. Maybe he just remember that day. Remember that lottery. How sad he was?
Maybe he was just really, really like Tim Murray.
Well, he's not here anymore, so that's not good.
So that's not going to help.
That's not going to work. 803-0550 on the Sabres at 8 o'clock. They play in Pittsburgh tonight against the Penguins, a home and home. The final 2 games of the of the preseason. Regular season starts a week from tomorrow. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Have a live. The Bills have added a punter. Mitch Wishnowsky is the Bills' new punter because of the injury that the Bills punter suffered on Sunday against the Saints. So what do we know about the Bills' new punter?
Yeah, so the Bills went out and they obviously, were hoping for the best for Cameron Johnston. And when Sean McDermott talked about him the other day, he said he's going to miss time. They'll work some guys out. Well, they had a guy on the ready, and that's Mitch Wishnowsky. And he is a former 4th-round draft pick of the San Francisco 49ers. Now, how many punters are drafted in the 4th round, guys? Right? I mean, this guy did. You're right. 6 NFL seasons, second in NFL in 49ers franchise history, over 45.2 yard average. So, he's been around the league a little bit, and he's done some nice things. Had 62 punts, that went 50 or more yards during his college career at Utah. Another Utah guy, by the way. Dalton Kincaid and Cole Bishop on the team as well. So, yeah, this is he was a Ray Guy Award and first-team All-America honoree in 2016. So this is a guy that can bomb the ball, and that's a great thing. He is right-footed. I know that gets asked a lot these days with different punters coming in, right? So he is right-footed. So he's going to have to hold, obviously. That'll be a part of his job when he comes to Buffalo. But, yeah, he's a 7th-year player in the league, and, the Bills feel like they need someone, I think, in this type of situation who's been around the league and can kind of come in a little bit more, who's worked with other guys.
I want to get into the right-footed putter thing because remind me how this all happened. Was it Belichick that first went to a left-footed punter and we decided that Sun Tzu had figured something out? Have we swung back to right foot? What's the latest on this?
I think that's pretty much right, Jeremy, where Belichick started having left-footed punters, and it's like, well, the ball spins differently when it comes down for a lefty, so, you better be ready. And everybody's like, okay, and then suddenly teams started doing it. What you will see, though, and I've seen this a lot, the Bills do this a lot, if you are facing a left-footed punter that coming week, you'll bring in a left-footed punter to your practice squad that week so guys can get used to it.
The thing I would ask is, you asked me what the confidence level is in this game against the Patriots. What are you afraid of? Like, what makes you nervous? Is it Ramondre Stevenson and Trevion Henderson and who's the other one? Antonio Gibson?
Antonio Gibson, yeah.
Are you worried about them running all over you? Or are you worried about Drake May throwing to Hunter Henry 12 times? Which, by the way, he might do. Like, what am I worried about? If I'm watching this game, what is the formula for New England winning? I don't think the formula for New England winning is running the ball. I think the formula for them winning, if they're going to, is throwing it against this pass defense. And, we've got this strange spot where the Bills are number 1 in the NFL in yards against per attempt, which would suggest they have a good pass defense. And I'm not convinced that they do right now. So here comes a quarterback that is maybe really good, maybe just okay. We're still waiting to find out. He's 17 starts in. Sabres and Penguins tonight at KeyBank Center.
So Marc-Andre Fleury did retire. He's not going to play for them this year.
Okay.
He played, it was a preseason game. I'm going to play one game for the Penguins, and this is like my send-off.
This guy retired more times than Tom Brady. There are a lot of retirements for him. Has he not retired 5 times?
It feels like it's been a couple, at least. This was like not really coming out of retirement, though. And I thought it was a good idea. I think other teams should do this.
Play preseason?
Yeah, like when Ryan Miller retired, why didn't the Sabres have him? Hey, we're going to bring Ryan back to retire a Sabre. He's going to play a preseason game for us, and that's it.
I would pay $1 billion to go see him play a game.
You fill up the arena. You fill up the arena.
Like a Legends tour.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
Pretty much.
It's not a bad idea.
Seriously. I would love that. That'd be awesome.
I don't know. There's really nobody on the verge of you could do that with right now because all the Sabre greats of the past are retired.
Yeah.
So
Penguins got to feel pretty silly for giving up Fleury to Vegas back when they did that, when they gave up Fleury for Murray to keep Murray, and then Murray kind of flamed out for them.
Yeah.
Remember that was a big thing for them.
Yeah,
like, who are they going to choose? They got to pick a guy. And like choosing to get rid of your franchise superstar goalie that you've had for however long that won your cups.
Mm-hmm. He also had, his reputation is also he had full postseasons where he destroyed them.
Yes, that is true too.
He had a couple of years in a row.
Really well, yeah, and that's why they chose Murray. Is Murray came in and kind of threw a life preserver on them because they were dying 2 years in a row, and he won 2 cups back to back, and it made sense. They made the right choice, but it's got to feel retroactively like, dang, we could have just kept Fleury and had him the whole for his whole run, and it would have been awesome.
Right. Murray won the cup.
Right.
Twice.
Twice. As a rookie, twice. That's my favorite stat ever. Is that
because it didn't count the first time?
Right, because he came in and played like two regular season games and played all the playoffs. So he won the cup as a rookie, and then in his rookie year, won the cup again.
Yeah. Do we have some clarity in goal for the Sabres? I think the news has been kind of good, right? UPL's news is good. We're going to get to Paul on the other side here. We'll talk to Paul about that. Sabres at home tonight against the Penguins, and maybe the closest thing we see to like an opening night lineup as we are 8 days away from Sabres season beginning, and the NHL opener is a couple days before that. So hockey season is approaching. Jeremy and Joe hanging out here on a Wednesday. We'll talk to Paul, then Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast, to preview Bills and Patriots here on WGR. The Bills have added a punter. Mitch Wishnowsky is the Bills' new punter because of the injury that the Bills punter suffered on Sunday against the Saints. So what do we know about the Bills' new punter?
Yeah, so the Bills went out and they obviously, were hoping for the best for Cameron Johnston. And when Sean McDermott talked about him the other day, he said he's going to miss time. They'll work some guys out. Well, they had a guy on the ready, and that's Mitch Wishnowsky. And he is a former fourth-round draft pick of the San Francisco 49ers. Now, how many punters are drafted in the fourth round, guys? Right? I mean, this guy did. You're right. 6 NFL seasons, second in NFL in 49ers franchise history, over 45.2 yard average. So, he's been around the league a little bit, and he's done some nice things. Had 62 punts, that went 50 or more yards during his college career at Utah. Another Utah guy, by the way. Dalton Kincaid and Cole Bishop on the team as well. So, yeah, this is he was a Ray Guy Award and first-team All-America honoree in 2016. So this is a guy that can bomb the ball, and that's a great thing. He is right-footed. I know that gets asked a lot these days with different punters coming in, right? So he is right-footed. So he's going to have to hold, obviously. That'll be a part of his job when he comes to Buffalo. But, yeah, he's a seventh-year player in the league, and, the Bills feel like they need someone, I think, in this type of situation who's been around the league and can kind of come in a little bit more, who's worked with other guys.
I want to get into the right-footed putter thing because remind me how this all happened. Was it Belichick that first went to a left-footed punter and we decided that Sun Tzu had figured something out? Have we swung back to right foot? What's the latest on this?
I think that's pretty much right, Jeremy, where Belichick started having left-footed punters, and it's like, well, the ball spins differently when it comes down for a lefty, so, you better be ready. And everybody's like, okay, and then suddenly teams started doing it. What you will see, though, and I've seen this a lot, the Bills do this a lot, if you are facing a left-footed punter that coming week, you'll bring in a left-footed punter to your practice squad that week so guys can get used to it.
The thing I would ask is, you asked me what the confidence level is in this game against the Patriots. What are you afraid of? Like, what makes you nervous? Is it Ramondre Stevenson and Trevion Henderson and who's the other one? Antonio Gibson?
Gibson. Yeah.
Are you worried about them running all over you? Or are you worried about Drake May throwing to Hunter Henry 12 times? Which, by the way, he might do. Like, what am I worried about? If I'm watching this game, what is the formula for New England winning? I don't think the formula for New England winning is running the ball. I think the formula for them winning, if they're going to, is throwing it against this pass defense. And, we've got this strange spot where the Bills are number 1 in the NFL in yards against per attempt, which would suggest they have a good pass defense. And I'm not convinced that they do right now. So here comes a quarterback that is maybe really good, maybe just okay. We're still waiting to find out. He's 17 starts in.
Bills return to practice a little bit later today. Get our first injury report of the week. The Bills have a new punter, their third of the year. Mitch Wishnowsky, who used to play for the San Francisco 49ers for years, couple of Super Bowl appearances for him, is replacing Cameron Johnston, who is going on injured reserve after he took that hit on Sunday against the New Orleans Saints. Elsewhere around the NFL, Lamar Jackson is not expected to play this Sunday against Houston with a hamstring injury. He reportedly could miss 2 to 3 weeks. Cooper Rush would play in place of him in the meantime. Also, Brock Purdy at risk of not starting for the San Francisco 49ers. Tomorrow, they play the Rams. And Mac Jones, who's also dealing with a knee injury, would have to play through his injury if Purdy cannot go. Baseball playoffs started last night and yesterday afternoon. Tigers over the Guardians, Cubs over the Padres, Red Sox beat the Yankees. The Yankees had bases loaded in the ninth, couldn't get a runner home. Dodgers beat the Reds 10-5. So 4 games in, and all 4 will be back in action today, same times as yesterday. Tigers Guardians starts things off at 1 o'clock. Sabres practice yesterday. We'll get more into it with Paul Hamilton coming up next. We are 8 days away from the start of the regular season. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Good Wednesday morning, Jeremy and Joe. A beautiful day out there. A little cooler than it has been the last couple weeks. High today, 68. Woke up this morning, it was in the 40s. Same kind of deal tomorrow, but sunshine, lots of sunshine. Game time for Sunday, 8 o'clock Sunday night. The forecast calls for temperatures right about like the upper 60s, 68 degrees for game time on Sunday night.
All right.
For the Bills and Patriots in the rivalry series game for those Bills uniforms. Paul Hamilton joins us because the Sabres have a home game tonight against the Pittsburgh Penguins. Paul, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
So, Paul, it's not easy to make a case that a preseason game is really important in the NHL, but I might say that tonight is an important game for Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, who is slated to get time in net, and we'll see how he feels because he's been nursing some injury, and his timeline has kind of been uncertain, but he's going to play tonight.
Yeah, he seems, from an injury standpoint, fine. You know, he's been practicing fully, and he doesn't seem to be laboring at all. You know, I watch him usually quite closely, and it doesn't seem like, well, he doesn't want to move this way or doesn't want to move that way or is trying to be careful or anything like that. So it's just a question whether Lindy wants to go with what he did with the other 2 goalies and in this first preseason game play him 40 minutes or play him the whole way, and then on Friday definitely play him the whole way because that's what he did with the other 2. You know, in their first game they played 40, in their second game they played 60. So he hadn't decided yet when we talked to him yesterday which way he wanted to go. But Luukkonen, as long as nothing happens injury-wise, I think you're going to see him in both games.
And he would be on track, Paul, to be the night 1 starter if he doesn't have any setbacks?
So. I think so, the way it seems, you know, that they're doing it this way. Because today is the game where most of the guys you will see against the Rangers will play. And then Friday is the one where most of the guys you'll see with the Penguins will play, and the Sabres will call up mostly Amerks and play in that final game. That's the way the preseason goes. I mean, the home team usually is more representative of what you'll see during the season, and the road team is more representative of what you'll see with the farm club. So it's just kind of the way. That's what happened in the Red Wings, Sabres, home and home. Both teams played their regulars at home, and both teams played their Amerks or Grand Rapids guys on the road.
So, Paul, if Luukkonen is okay and plays and looks good and no setbacks between now and next week, are they rolling into the season with 3 goalies? I mean, Kevin Adams has said in the past he doesn't like 3 goalies. I think I've heard Lindy say the same thing. But what else would they do other than carry all 3?
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. I don't know why they set themselves up for this. I don't know why you don't just sign a goalie to a PTO instead of signing him regularly and then running into this problem. I don't envision. I'm not saying it won't happen, but I don't envision anybody going to Rochester to back up Devin Levi. I don't see that happening. I mean, Levi's the guy. They're not going to send one of the veteran goalies down there and let him play over Levi. That wouldn't make any sense.
Well, would Georgiev even do it? Like, if they tried to do that, I'd wonder if he would just bolt for Europe.
He's got his contract. He can't bolt for anywhere.
He couldn't just go to like the KHL if he wanted to?
No, he's got a contract. He just can't bolt. He would have to. The Sabres would have to let him out of his contract. It would be a mutual. He would have to go on waivers, and then they would have to terminate the contract.
Mm-hmm.
But he can't just get up and leave without doing that. And maybe that's part of the deal. Maybe they did a under the table deal. They'll say, look, if it works out where we need you, we'll do this. If not, we'll just mutually agree to terminate the contract, and you can go on your way. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I mean, that could be part of it.
Yeah. Other injury news, Paul. Yuri Kulik missed a couple of games. He's expected to play. Owen Power day-to-day because he had something happen at practice.
Yeah, Lindy Ruff did not seem all that concerned about that injury with Owen Power. And I talked to Kulik myself yesterday. We sat and chatted for a while, and he's perfectly fine. He said he just needed a couple of days, and there was no problem. At Byram, I actually saw him come back from Harbor Center. He was over there skating, as was Greenway. Lindy Ruff hopes to have Greenway in practice next week. So they were both on the ice. I had forgotten to ask about Ostlund. I noticed Ostlund didn't get sent down to Rochester with everybody, and then I forgot about him. I saw him come over from Harbor Center, too. He was skating, and Lindy labeled him as week to week. But that's just more of a housekeeping thing, because I think once he's ready, they will send him to Rochester. But, if you're injured, you can't send him to Rochester. He has to stay up here. So that's what they're doing with him.
Paul, as this group plays tonight, maybe we get a good look at the Sabres, for the most part, what they will be on opening night. They're getting, if I may, a little bit of love, as they could compete for a playoff spot. The division, you've got Florida with major injuries. You've got Toronto with a big player that's gone in Mitch Marner. Do you think that this team has as good a chance as any of the last however many years? Like, I don't want to put a number on it, but do you like their chances to stay in this race given the moves they've made and where they are right now from a roster standpoint?
I can boil it simply for you. Tell me if you get Luukkonen from 2 years ago or Luukkonen from last year.
Paul, that's my answer. When people ask me how they're going to be, I say if they get saves, they'll be fine.
He said yesterday, like, I like their chances this year. But what did you say about the goaltending?
I said they got to get saves.
You said I don't know who's going to make saves for them. I'm like, well, wait a minute. But that seems pretty important here.
But you boil it down the same. Like, if they get saves, they should be fine.
Right.
Yeah, the big save at the big time, like Luukkonen did, where it was like 35 games. It wasn't like just a few. He had some of the best numbers in the National Hockey League for 35 games, and in that time period was second to Vasilevsky in games played. Did a great job, but that didn't go into, he only did that sometimes last year. It wasn't consistent, and he kind of took a move backwards. So I've been saying that all summer. Anytime anybody asks me, I'll just say, tell me which Luukkonen's showing up. And if the Luukkonen from 2 years ago shows up, they have a great chance, especially if Norris can stay healthy. I mean, he had a 3-point game against Detroit, and, he's a good two-way guy. He can win you the face-offs. I mean, he won a face-off back to Thompson. The puck was in the net before I think the goaltender even knew it was on Thompson's stick. And that was just a simply pull back, shoot it, bang, it's in the net. So, those things, that they're going to matter. So, and of course, if Dahlin stays healthy, you can't. I mean, in the 13-game, I always call it the losing streak. I guess there were 3 loser points in there, so it's not actually a loser streak; it's a winless streak. But Dahlin was not available for many of those games, and if he's not available, they've got some defensive depth, but they don't have defensive depth that's going to make up for Rasmus Dahlin.
Yeah, right. No, unless Power took like a monster step, but we'll see about that. The thing I've wondered, Paul, that could hold them back also from being one of these teams that gets into the mid-90s, competes in the division would be, did they lose too much scoring this summer? But, man, like, I don't know how much I want to take out of preseason, but it feels like every time that top line, Norris, Thompson, and Benson, is on the ice, they look like they're dangerous and creating chances.
Well, many in the analytics community will say, and told me before Peterka even got traded, that they're better off without him because he was so bad defensively. I mean, his numbers are not good at all. And, you know, as far as, all right, can you make up the goals? Well, first of all, are you better defensively? Yes, I think they are. But, I do think, because they keep saying, you guys keep stressing out about who's going to make up the goals, and they're more concerned with who's going to keep the goals out of the net. But think about it. I mean, you got one goal out of Norris last year. So between Norris and Kulich had, what was it, around 13, 14, somewhere in there. So if Kulich gets you 13 more goals, which I think he could, and if Norris is healthy, you figure he's going to be around 30. There you go.
Yeah.
Right there are your goals. And does Quinn get better? I mean, Quinn, he didn't have a good season last year, but at the end of the day, he had 15 goals. You know, so does he improve? And he gets over 20, maybe? You know, I who knows? But I don't even think you have to talk about him or Benson as far as maybe them improving their goals. I think you just have to look at Kulich and Norris, and I think between the two of them, they can make up for it.
Yeah, Norris, like, what I might want to do there is include Cousins' production last year, but even that was only 11 goals. So between Norris and Cousins, it's 12. And like you said, if Norris stays healthy, you'd at the minimum expect, I think he's going to give you more than that.
I mean, he had a 35-goal year the year he was healthy. You know, he's a shooter, and if he's healthy, there's no reason to think that he can't be between 30 and 35 again.
Do you think their lines are like? Do you think you feel like you know what their lines are going to be going into night one for the most part? Maybe one change here or there.
Absolutely, yeah. They haven't really changed their lines, you know, throughout camp, other than when a couple of guys are injured, like when Kulich was out for a couple of practices. Now Greenway could change that. I mean, they haven't given up that Greenway is not going to be ready by opening day. But if if Greenway's ready to play, then maybe Danforth doesn't play. You know, so right now, you're looking at Norris with Benson and Thompson. You're looking at McLeod with Zucker and Tuck. You're looking at Kulich with Quinn and Doan. And you're looking at Krebs with Mallenstein and Danforth. They like Gertzen. Where he might fit in, not sure. If you're keeping three goalies, Gertzen's not going to fit in here right now. You're going to have to send him to Rochester. Right now, and you'd probably have to either send Johnson down or waive Bryson to go down. If it's just sitting as the sixth defenseman, I send Johnson down. But I probably, if there's an injury, I'd bring him up and play him. If Samuelson's not ready, then Johnson, for me, goes in the lineup, and then Bryson's your number 6. Pretty much, yes, I think it's set up.
Paul, as you're going through some of those names there, for the casual fan that maybe doesn't know all these names of the newer players, do you feel like there's a chance they play with some of these other guys, like you mentioned Danforth and Josh Doan might be someone for this, that they'll have more energy, they'll have just more jump? Like what is different about maybe the depth of their forward group that could make a difference this year?
If you want to say who's really been impressive in the preseason games, Doan would be right at the top of my list. I mean, he's going to be on your number 2 power play right now, and deservedly so. I mean, he's got 1 or 2 power play goals and is around the net constantly. I mean, and is, the other teams don't like him going against him. They're looking for him sometimes. He's in the middle of things, is how I like to put it. He's in front of the net, and he's in the middle of all that. He's in the middle of being on the wall. If things get going, he's in the middle of that. He wants to be in the middle of all that. He's got a great shot. I mean, that's one thing that he has, and he started playing pretty well and getting some points last year in the second half of the season, which was his really his first full season in the National Hockey League. So I remember when they traded for him, it's like, there could be an upside to this guy. And it was somebody that we found out that Adams insisted upon, and Utah said the same thing. That's why the trade took so long, because they didn't want to put him in there. And Adams said, then we're not doing the deal, and hung up. And Utah had to decide, do we want Peterka or don't we? Because he's not budging. And they put Doan into that deal. So, I'm very, very curious to see, how he's going to work into the lineup. And, what are we talking about with this guy as far as, a young player and somebody that has an upside?
Paul Hamilton on the Sabres, who played tonight against the Pittsburgh Penguins at KeyBank Center.
Paul, the big contract in the league yesterday, Kirill Kaprizov signs for $17 million. I wonder what the next guys will sign for. Like, will Eichel be around that? Will McDavid go above that? And then do you think we wait until a couple more of those guys sign before those Tier 2 contract year guys like Tuck start coming in? Or do you think maybe this could push the Sabres and other teams closer to their guys?
Well, you got to figure McDavid's going to get 20.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, Kaprizov's a great player, but he's not better than McDavid. He's not better than Eichel. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if Eichel will get 20, but I think he'll get more than Kaprizov. And, I've said this all along, whether Terry Pegula likes it or not, Alex Tuck holds all the cards here. And you are going to get crucified if Alex Tuck leaves, because you're back to square one then.
Yeah.
If Alex Tuck leaves, this part of the team is over, because in my opinion, none of them have said this, but in my opinion, Thompson goes, Dahlin goes. I think if this season goes the way the seasons have gone, I think this is the last kick at the can for those guys. I think they all has to be traded if they're on the bottom of the standings again this year. But a fan favorite like Tuck, can you imagine what? Look at what the fans have been like the past couple of years. I'm not criticizing them. They have a lot of reason to be the way they've been. But if Tuck leaves,
yeah.
I mean, I can't even imagine what it's going to be like here. So Terry Pegula is going to have to get comfortable with the fact that you keep this guy, you're probably going to have to give him $10 million.
Maybe more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you would think 8.5 would have been the comfortable place, but not with the way the salary cap has gone up. And none of these guys, there are a lot of guys in Tuck's shoes that haven't signed yet. It's not just McDavid, and it's not just, it's Kempe in Los Angeles.
Right.
There are a bunch of them.
Well, what they're doing, I think, Paul, is they're waiting for the big guys to set the pace. They don't want to sign for $8 million and then realize, oh wait, the cap's gone up, so now everyone's willing to pay more, and I signed for what the old price would have been when the new price is $2.5–3 million higher.
Well, look at what Tate Thompson at 7.1 is going to be an absolute bargain. And he signed that contract. It's a 7-year deal that he signed in 2023.
Right, the cap's going to be $125 million by the time that deal's done. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can say Tate Thompson made a mistake by signing that contract, and many thought it was too much.
Paul, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, good. Yeah.
I was on the Tuck conversation. You can't remove the emotion from this one, and I agree with what you said about like Tuck holding the cards and what they do. Should they sign a 29-year-old, soon-to-be 30-year-old player to an 8-year extension for double digits on the old AAV? Is that a good move, or is it the move that you have to make, even though you might think it might not be the smartest thing to do?
Letter B. Because he's 30 years old when he signs the contract, because he has another year left on this deal. So, but and who knows? I mean, there are some players that are still very, very effective at 38. So who knows what Alex Tuck will be like at 38? But you got to do it.
Do you worry about his availability? I mean, he does. He gets dinged up.
Yeah, at times I worry about a lot of it, but he also improved greatly as a two-way player last year to a point where it was by far his best year. And now, you're talking about the Selke, and he said, look, what I did last year isn't good enough. He goes, I want to be in the top 5 of the Selke voting every year.
Yeah, he got 7 top 5 Selke votes last year. 8, but that was like 15th. So if he's looking for top 5, he's still got a little ways to go on that.
So that's what you're looking at with him. And usually when he puts his mind to something, he's pretty good at doing it. So, yeah, you don't want to sign a 30-year-old for 8 years. But, yeah, I think this is like the Vanek thing. If you remember back to that.
Yep.
Where on July 1st, they lost Briere and they lost Drury, even though Drury promised them that he would come back to them with any offer. He did not do that. And now both of them were gone. And now Edmonton, they're like, oh, let's go after Buffalo. And then they sign Vanek to an offer sheet. Mm-hmm. And the Sabres are like, we've got to match it. We have no choice. We've got to match it. And in hindsight, if you would have just given Briere and Drury what they wanted, forget about a negotiation, what they wanted, you would have had those together for around $12 million, and you would have had 5 first-round picks from the Edmonton Oilers to go with that. And that's back when the Oilers were picking like first and second overall. So you could have had both those players plus all those picks, and it was just a colossal. But they had to. They couldn't lose Vanek along with Darlene or with Drury and Briere. And I think it's a very similar situation right here. They can't lose Alex Tuch. They just can't.
Paul Hamilton ahead of tonight's Sabres-Penguins game at KeyBank Center. Thank you, Paul.
Okay.
Sabres and Penguins. Boy, I mean, that Vanek moment, I remember, what did Darcy say? Something like, we're not a farm team. Go shop somewhere else, is what he said.
Did he say that?
Something like that. He had a. I
don't remember that.
When the offer sheets get signed, you're supposed to be mad at the other team.
Right.
But whatever. The Tuch thing, I think it's a good comparison because if the number is 8 years, 12, should you do that? Doesn't matter. You probably have to.
I think
you have to.
I think there is an argument, too, that you should do it anyway. You get 5 great years out of that deal, and I think that's a win. You got to eat 3 bad ones, whatever. That's what good teams do. So I don't think it's that bad. He's a good enough player. He's a great skater. You're right to bring up the injuries. That would be my biggest concern, is does his body break down once he gets into his mid-30s? Because then that could be tough. But the way the cap is going up, $12 million now is going to sound like sticker shock. But it's finally going up. And it's next year, it's at 104 this year. It's going to 113 next year. There's something I think it could double in the next 10 years. I don't know. I'm not really afraid of the big salaries.
What you have to prepare yourself is what you've had to do in the NFL, which is accept the passage of time.
Yeah.
A guy will make, oh, wow, look at this exploding market. Actually, it's just the market for quarterbacks, receivers, defensive ends.
Yeah,
Some positions will move a little bit, but the biggest contract in league history is actually a smaller percentage of the cap than a deal signed 2 years before.
That's the thing. I saw that Kaprizov's percentage of the cap that he signed for was the exact same as what Draisaitl's was. It's exactly in line with what we've had. It's just he signed in a different cap.
There's a bigger player pool of money.
Right.
So, okay, you get 17% of the cap. Bang, there's your dollar amount. It's just more. 803-0550, our phone number. We'll get some calls in. We'll get to Joe Marino. And we'll get to what Stefan Diggs had to say about Bills fans.
Also, we have a quarterback change in the NFL that we'll bring you.
Oh, yeah?
There's a new quarterback going in officially.
I think I know who it is. All that coming up.
So, Paul, if Luukkonen is okay and plays and looks good and no setbacks between now and next week, are they rolling into the season with 3 goalies? I mean, Kevin Adams has said in the past he doesn't like 3 goalies. I think I've heard Lindy say the same thing. But what else would they do other than carry all 3?
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. I don't know why they set themselves up for this. I don't know why you don't just sign a goalie to a PTO instead of signing him regularly and then running into this problem. I don't envision. I'm not saying it won't happen, but I don't envision anybody going to Rochester to back up Devin Levi. I don't see that happening. I mean, Levi's the guy. They're not going to send one of the veteran goalies down there and let him play over Levi. That wouldn't make any sense.
Well, would Georgiev even do it? Like, if they tried to do that, I'd wonder if he would just bolt for Europe.
He's got his contract. He can't bolt for anywhere.
He couldn't just go to the KHL if he wanted to?
No, he's got a contract. He just can't bolt. He would have to. The Sabres would have to let him out of his contract. It would be a mutual. He would have to go on waivers, and then they would have to terminate the contract.
Mm-hmm.
But he can't just get up and leave.
The thing I've wondered, Paul, that could hold them back also from being one of these teams that gets into the mid-90s, competes in the division, would be, did they lose too much scoring this summer? But, man, I don't know how much I want to take out of preseason, but it feels like every time that top line, Norris, Thompson, and Benson, is on the ice, they look like they're dangerous and creating chances.
Well, many in the analytics community will say, and told me before Peterka even got traded, that they're better off without him because he was so bad defensively. I mean, his numbers are not good at all. And, as far as, all right, can you make up the goals? Well, first of all, are you better defensively? Yes, I think they are. But, I do think, because they keep saying, you guys keep stressing out about who's going to make up the goals, and they're more concerned with who's going to keep the goals out of the net. But think about it. I mean, you got one goal out of Norris last year. So between Norris and Kulik had, around 13, 14, somewhere in there. Mm-hmm. So if Kulik gets you 13 more goals, which I think he could, mm-hmm. And if Norris is healthy, you figure he's going to be around 30. There you go.
Yeah.
Right there are your goals. And does Quinn get better? I mean, Quinn, he didn't have a good season last year, but at the end of the day, he had 15 goals. So does he improve? And he gets over 20, maybe? I who knows? But I don't even think you have to talk about him or Benson as far as maybe them improving their goals. I think you just have to look at Kulik and Norris, and I think between the two of them, they can make up for it.
Yeah, Norris, what I might want to do there is include Cousins' production last year, but even that was only 11 goals. So between Norris and Cousins, it's 12. And like you said, if Norris stays healthy, you'd at the minimum expect, I think he's going to give you more than that.
I mean, he had a 35-goal year the year he was healthy. Mm-hmm. He's a shooter, and if he's healthy, there's no reason to think that he can't be between 30 and 35 again.
Breaking news in the NFL, not the most surprising news, but the Browns are benching Joe Flacco. Rookie Dillon Gabriel, who was a third-round pick in this past year's draft, is going in as the starter. Shadur Sanders, if you're wondering, remains their third-string quarterback. That's the report. So Dillon Gabriel for Cleveland this week over Joe Flacco. The Bills have a new punter. Mitch Wishnowsky, formerly of the San Francisco 49ers, has punted in multiple Super Bowls. Longtime 49ers punter, is the third punter of the year after Johnson was placed on IR. Injury report a little bit later on today. Matt Milano, Spencer Brown, Ed Oliver, of course, the three names to watch for. Sabres practiced yesterday. A lot of defenseman injuries. Paul's got all the details at WGR550.com. They play tonight in their next preseason game. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen expected to get at least a couple of periods of action in tonight's game. 1 week from tomorrow is the start of the regular season. Baseball playoffs started yesterday afternoon, and Detroit beats Cleveland to start things off. Cubs beat the Padres, Red Sox over Yankees, Dodgers beat the Reds. It all starts up again today at 1 o'clock. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
If you look at our third down, we got back on track on third down. They were 2 for 4 in the red zone. We did. We started 3 times on I believe it was a plus 49, once on the plus 40, and to come away with 6 points and a takeaway, that's a tremendous job by our guys with resiliency and clamping down. And to come away with that, if you said a team starts in plus territory 4 times, you'd think that someone would come away with more points. But we've got a lot to improve on from that game.
Bills defensive coordinator Bobby Babich on the way they came through in the win over the Saints. We'll get to Joe Marino here at the Locked On Bills podcast in one moment. Teased a couple things, though. Joe mentioned Dylan Gabriel gets to start for the Browns against Brian Flores and the Vikings. Yee, good luck, Rook. That's going to be a tough one. The under in that game, I bet. The over-under is probably a pretty low number because Cleveland's defense is very good still.
I imagine it's in the 30s.
And I also teased what Stephon Diggs had to say about Bills Mafia because Mike Reese has a big piece at ESPN.com about Diggs and his role in New England and him as a teammate and coming back from an injury. And there's only a little bit at the end about the Bills and this matchup. And he said, quote, Diggs did, "It's going to be a crazy atmosphere. Obviously, I spent a lot of years there. They have one of the best fan bases in the game, if not the best fan base." End quote. Oh, sorry, one more. So shout out to them. There you go. That's what he said to Mike Reese.
That's how you don't cause a headline right there.
Right. Tyreek Hill's like, it's not that big a deal. Right.
Right. By the way, that Cleveland-Minnesota over-under is 35.5.
Okay, it's a low,
crazy low.
It's a low number. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of Bills and Patriots on Sunday Night Football. Joe, early review or early prediction for Dylan Gabriel starting his first game against Brian Flores. It's a pretty tall order for him.
Yeah, that's a tall order. I wonder the thought process there between Joe Flacco and a guy who's seen every blitz imaginable but can't move, or the rookie who can move but, obviously some limitations there. I think you're exactly right. Bet the under on that one.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game for them. Minnesota, meanwhile, is a great defense, and their offense, we'll see, a work in progress no matter who the quarterback is. So, Joe, it's Bills and Patriots this week. Before we get to that, let's talk about this Bills defense and where they stand right now. They're not very good against the run. We know that. And during the week, we had a couple callers, changes they could make, players coming back. What do you think is the number one problem with what's happening in the run game defensively?
Well, I think if you look at the most recent game against the Saints, it was tackling. The Saints had 165 of their 189 yards after contact. And the yards before contact on average was 0.7. That's really good. I mean, that was a top 7 mark in the NFL this past week. The Bills were pretty decent in terms of holding at the point of attack and not getting displaced in the run game. It was, can these guys get downhill and tackle? And you saw a lot of whiffs. Terrell Bernard with 3 missed tackles, Taron Johnson with 2, Taylor Rapp with 1 missed tackle, but that also doesn't count the bad angles that he took that didn't put him in position to miss the tackle. So I thought it was a little bit more like the first game of the season where, I thought the front was okay in terms of the line. It was just these guys getting downhill and making good tackles. And it's been an issue for this defense, I think, throughout the McDermott era. But especially in the most recent game.
Yeah, it's something I've heard you talk about, and we've talked about before, about like it's been a problem during the McDermott era. We know Sean McDermott's big on fundamentals, so is there an explanation for why it might continue to plague them?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. Structurally, the Bills play with lighter boxes. That's not been as drastic this year, but they were back up above 50% light box presentation of the Saints this past week. And I think when you have less bodies that are committed to being closer to the line of scrimmage, you're filling from depth, right? You're taking longer angles to the football, and so it's harder to calculate those correctly. I think that's probably the leading cause. Number two would probably be some size. The Bills typically go with some smaller linebackers. And you've seen that as an issue, particularly with Milano and Bernard. Both guys will miss tackles and slide off of tackles. And then, they have been a little bit lean with their D-line. I wouldn't say that's the case anymore. They've definitely gotten a lot bigger up front. But I think it's kind of the combination of those things that put some stress. Obviously, a lot of nickel, a lot of asking Taron Johnson to fit. So I think it's a combination of those things that makes it difficult. It's not. I don't think it's that they don't want to tackle well. I'm sure they do. I just think some of those challenges, based on the play style, leads to more opportunities to miss tackles.
Yeah, I wonder, Joe. Maybe this is wrong, but when they're always hunting for turnovers and trying to punch balls out,
sure,
that maybe could play into it. I don't think that would be every play, but they are so. They're so aggressive on that front that could happen. I think once in a while too.
Yeah, and it's never one thing, right? It's a combination of all those things, and I think that's a good thing to invoke, Joe. And I think a good example of that would be the first touchdown run by Kendre Miller against the Bills in the Saints game, where Tre'Davious White, he played for the punch out, right? And he said, okay, you're either going to score a touchdown or I'm going to punch this thing out. And obviously the touchdown was scored.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, joining us here. Joe, the pass defense, it's funny. Sometimes the stats early in the season, something might look good because you're so bad at something else. And I think we might have that with this Bills pass defense. They're pretty good in yards per attempt against, but I don't know if I should buy that I could trust this pass defense yet. You want to talk about whether it's the caliber of the starting quarterback on the other side, in two of them being Spencer Rattler and Justin Fields. This week it's a tough test. So do you have faith in this pass defense? Or are they starting to put it together back there?
I feel somewhat okay about it. I think where it's going to be kind of make or break is going to be how the pass rush develops, in my opinion. And of course that comes from getting some players back. I think two of your most important pass rushers, Michael Hoyt and Ed Oliver, you don't have them right now. And I think, that'll be a big part of this pass defense becoming better, because I think that's where it starts. On the back end, I think they can play better. I think you can, honestly, Trey White, I think he's probably, he's got his own limitations, but I don't think he's been the disaster some people are painting him to be. I think Taron Johnson and Taylor Rapp and Christian Benford are all, three players that I would point to that are capable of playing a lot better than they have to this point. And I think that's the good news, is that that they're capable of more. And so you get some pass rush back, your players that are supposed to be better play better, and I think you have a formula. But it definitely looks shaky, right? There's a lot of open guys, there's a lot of uncontested throws. Really, the Bills haven't made that many plays on the ball this year. So, and I think that's because they're not as connected in coverage, they're not as tight. So I think that can improve. It's definitely something where the Bills have been pretty sound throughout the McDermott era. And so I think there's an opportunity for it to improve, but they got to show it. They got to become better rushing the passer. And, some of those key pillars of that secondary need to be better than what they've been for the first 4 weeks of the season.
So what did that rotation then with Trey White and Dorian Strong mean to you? Was that more a stylistic thing in the moment, or do you think that was more about kind of the bigger picture?
Well, I think they need to get some experience to their depth at cornerback. Right now Ingram's been an inactive player, and I think they're probably staring at a situation where your top three corners, we'll say not Christian Benford, he's fine, but it's this Trey White, and then it's Dorian Strong and Maxwell Harrison. You want to make sure that those guys have some reps, and Harrison doesn't have any, and Strong is building an inventory. And, the Bills have had to use their corner depth every year in high leverage moments late in the season. And so I think it's pretty smart to get some reps in there to make sure that when guys are stepping in, it's not something that they've never been asked to do before. So I think it's probably that. And certainly I think you look at Trey White and you're aware of some of the limitations that he has. I think he's been a really good tackler. I don't think he's given up that much in coverage, but that's because he has to play calculated, right? He has to stay with that leverage over the top and just kind of play downhill with vision and come down and attack, and that's going to lead to some completions, especially if your pass rush can't get there. So I think it's an awareness to some of the Trey White's limitations, but you've also got to get some experience for these young guys that are probably going to have to play.
Joe Marino joining us. Joe, I want to ask you about Dalton Kincaid. He had another big catch in this game, a 20-yard catch and a touchdown. And looking at tight end statistics this year, Kincaid is second among tight ends with catches of 20 yards or more and doing it on fewer targets. Like, he's got 18 targets to Tyler Warren and Brock Bowers, who each have 27. And those are the guys that are near the top of the league in explosive catches from tight ends. And I wonder if we should start to see and ask for more from Joe Brady to get the ball to Dalton Kincaid, because this year it is definitely working. He's got 3 touchdowns and 3 catches of 20 yards or more, and it's only on 14 receptions, only on 18 targets.
Yeah, it's a fun story to tell. I'm elated that we're entering week 5 and people want more Dalton Kincaid. I was hopeful that this could happen. The sermons that I preached all season long about this. So, I definitely have that appetite as well. And I mean, good luck on a week-to-week basis. If you're not Josh Allen or James Cook, like, who knows? Who knows if it's going to be a big game for Kincaid or Coleman or Palmer or Shakir or some of the ancillary pieces. It's truly is everybody eats, and that makes it difficult, to really know on a weekly basis who's going to go off. But you can certainly see, the skill set and the opportunities and the production, and say, man, if you did that a little bit more, could you have even more? And so if I'm Joe Brady, that's definitely something I'm thinking a lot about is how do I get more opportunities to feature Dalton Kincaid, because it's really been a really good part of what this offense has been. And it's not like he's overworked or overused.
Yeah.
I said on my podcast this week, I'd love for them to get back to using Dalton Kincaid as an extension of the run game in some ways, where they can get some catch and run opportunities. And, as defenses respect that even more, you'd like to think that some of those chances down the field show up even more frequently. So, I think that's a big part of where this offense can go and how, a great offense can be even better.
How much of a challenge does this New England team pose to the Bills? Is this the second toughest game they've got this year? Baltimore, of course, at the start of the season is a good team, regardless of what's happened to them since then. Would you put New England as the second best team they've played yet, or are they behind Miami?
No, I have a hard time kind of figuring out who this Patriots team is. I really respect their quarterback. There's no question. This is a good young quarterback that's tough and can do a lot of dynamic things on the field as a runner, as a thrower. I think he's going to be a really, really good player. I don't know about anything else on this team. They haven't run the ball well. Their offensive line is very shaky. Drake May still getting sacked on nearly 10% of his dropbacks. His sack rate is even higher than it was last year. Like I said, they haven't really run the football. They played pretty good against the run, but defensively. But, I mean, we're talking about some really pedestrian teams with the Raiders, Dolphins, Steelers, and Panthers as their opponents to this point. They certainly showed their youth and inexperience in week 3 when they turned it over 5 times and lost to Pittsburgh by 7. And then they turn around and they smoke the Panthers, get 2 miscellaneous touchdowns. It's like, I don't know who the Patriots are. The only thing I'm confident is that Drake May's a good young quarterback. And I think they can probably defend the pass because they have good outside corners. But, I think they're shaky kind of the middle of the field with their safeties and linebackers. So I think we have a lot to learn about this New England team. And, like I said, really the only thing I feel comfortable is knowing that I think Drake May is a good young quarterback.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, part of our weekly visits with him. Joe, thanks again for the time, and we'll chat next week.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Drake May and the Patriots in town for Sunday Night Football. They are 2-2. They won 3 games last year, and they are up to 2 wins this year through 4 games. And after this Bills game, a nice, soft little schedule where it's, who is it again? The Saints?
They play the Saints. I think it's the Saints, the Titans, and the Browns.
Okay.
3 games, I don't want to say expect them to win them all, but they'll be favored going into all 3. And if you don't win this game and they're a game back with those 3 weeks, like, the race will feel a little bit more alive than I think it has.
They'd be within striking distance.
There hasn't felt like there is a race yet.
No, not yet.
But if they beat the Bills Sunday and they're a game back with 3 of the easiest opponents they'll play, that's going to feel like, okay, we got a fight here.
I have a question about the Patriots for you, top of the hour, and I have a stat for you on the Browns. It's pretty wild. We'll get as well. If you're on hold, we'll get to your phone calls, 803-0550. Thanks for being patient. Had Paul, had Joe there. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I had something I was going to get to quickly about Tyreek Hill. I saw yesterday Jason McIntyre and Colin Cowherd talking about Tyreek Hill, who maybe his career is over.
Right.
And they were talking about Miami and where Miami went wrong and they should have traded him. And but there was a throwaway comment at the beginning of the conversation where they both said, oh, he's not a Hall of Famer, but. And I thought, what?
Uh-huh.
Tyreek Hill.
He's not a Hall of Famer.
Is definitely a Hall of Famer. And the tough thing about Tyreek Hill is he's not a player or a person that many people want to defend. So, no. Maybe I want to say this instead. Tyreek Hill has had a Hall of Fame career, and it's obvious, is it not? In what way is he not a Hall of Famer? He's been the best player in football.
He's a 5-team All-Pro, a 5-team first All-Pro.
5-time first-team All-Pro. I got some of the other receivers that are in the Hall of Fame and how many times they made first-team All-Pro. Not that first-team All-Pro is everything, but first-team All-Pro 5 times. I also have the active list of first-team All-Pros in the NFL right now. Myles Garrett is 4. 4 first-team All-Pros for Myles Garrett. Tyreek Hill's 5. There's only one player in football active that has more first-team All-Pros, and that's Bobby Wagner.
It's really 4 for Tyreek Hill now that I'm looking because he was first-team All-Pro as a returner in his first year.
Okay. Devin Hester just got in.
I guess make special teams great
Did Devin Hester just get in or not?
He did.
Okay, that counts.
Yeah.
You want to knock him down to 4? Okay. Travis Kelce is a 4-time first-team All-Pro.
Yep. He is, Hall of Fame monitor.
Hall of Fame monitor, that's where I found a lot of this.
He is high on
They
this
put
list.
him, the average Hall of Famer on Pro Football Reference, the score is 100.
Yeah.
And Hill is a 95, which is ahead of Michael Irvin.
Right, but the lowest rated receiver on this is a 55. Tommy McDonald.
That's in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, you've got a 57, a 58. You got guys in the 70s that were lower than that.
They just put in Sterling Sharp, whose number is a 72. And ahead of Sterling Sharp, if everybody ahead of Sterling Sharp got in, that's Mike Evans, Hines Ward, Devontae Adams, DeAndre Hopkins, Anquan Bolden.
Right.
Among others.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Famer.
I think he's a Hall of Famer.
He's had a Hall of Fame career.
The thing I've wondered, Paul, that could hold them back also from being one of these teams that gets into the mid-90s, competes in the division, would be, did they lose too much scoring this summer? But, man, I don't know how much I want to take out of preseason, but it feels like every time that top line, Norris, Thompson, and Benson is on the ice, they look like they're dangerous in creating chances.
Well, many in the analytics community will say, and told me before Paterka even got traded, that they're better off without him because he was so bad defensively. I mean, his numbers are not good at all. And, as far as, all right, can you make up the goals? Well, first of all, are you better defensively? Yes, I think they are. But, I do think, because they keep saying, you guys keep stressing out about who's going to make up the goals, and they're more concerned at who's going to keep the goals out of the net. But think about it. I mean, you got 1 goal out of Norris last year. So between Norris and Kulik had, around 13, 14, somewhere in there. Mm-hmm. So if Kulik gets you 13 more goals, which I think he could, and if Norris is healthy, you figure he's going to be around 30. There you go.
Yeah.
Right there are your goals. And does Quinn get better? I mean, Quinn, he didn't have a good season last year, but at the end of the day, he had 15 goals. So does he improve? And he gets over 20, maybe? I who knows? But I don't even think you have to talk about him or Benson as far as maybe them improving their goals. I think you just have to look at Kulik and Norris, and I think between the two of them, they can make up for it.
Yeah, Norris, what I might want to do there is include Cousins' production last year, but even that was only 11 goals. So between Norris and Cousins, it's 12. And like you said, if Norris stays healthy, you'd at the minimum expect, I think he's going to give you more than that.
I mean, he had a 35-goal year the year he was healthy. Mm-hmm. He's a shooter, and if he's healthy, there's no reason to think that he can't be between 30 and 35 again.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Wednesday. Bills and Patriots this week. It's a juicy one. There's a big, long article on Stephon Diggs at ESPN talking about his role, what he went through, his injury last year. He was having a good year with the Texans before he got hurt.
He was. He's a slot guy at this point, though.
Also, I learned that Doug Marone's on this coaching staff.
Yeah, Doug Marone.
Boo!
That's who people should be booing.
Boo! That's who I'll be booing.
Doug Marone.
CJ in Buffalo. Hey, CJ.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I really just called in. I don't know. I've heard a few shows talk about it, not ours, but pretty much on TV, how the Bills have this window, and it's pretty much clear. The Ravens are 1-3, and the Chiefs are 2-2. They haven't got our players back, but we're very familiar with the Chiefs. And it comes to a point where, when do we push all the chips in? I just want to be direct, other than me talking for 20 minutes. When do we push all the chips in and actually say, look, we shouldn't struggle with any teams, but I guess I'm calling because I'm very jealous of the Eagles going to get, since they got Saquon Barkley that they did not need, going to get somebody to say, let's push all the chips in. And I don't know who that player is, whether it's a frustrated Trey Hendrickson. I don't know if that would help it not. Or it's a wide receiver or somebody that really changes something. Yes, everybody eats is phenomenal. I love it. I think the Bills are built for longevity. But I want to win now. And the window is there. The schedule looks easy. We have a track to the 1 seed. There's so many things that we benefit from. The division is weak. Let's go get it. Yes, we can do it just staying where we are. I'm not saying it's a need, but put our foot on the throat.
Well, TJ, I'll give you one answer here. Just, I'll say it. I had someone write in to me on Twitter, Hendrickson, Jeffrey Simmons, or Olave. Those are my 3 targets, Chris Olave. And I'll just say one of those is a lot more feasible than the others, and it's the guy with a $6 million cap hit, and that is Chris Olave.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great wide receiver. Can I make a point that they could use a guy that could get open? Or do we not do that? Is everyone more focused on the defense? The defense has been bad and the offense has been good. The defense does, every time we talk about it, have 5 names we're ready to see come back or come in. Am I adding another one to that? Maybe. I would fully support any idea of buying any player that is good. Because, man, look at Baltimore for a second. Baltimore is 1-3, and their next 2 games are the Texans and the Rams. And is Lamar not playing?
Right.
Is that 1-5?
Really could be.
The Steelers are 3-1, and they play the Browns and then the Bengals. Are they 5-1? Is Pittsburgh winning the North? Because if Pittsburgh wins the North,
they might.
All right. Now I've got, what? Who are my 1, 2, 3, 4? Bills are the 1 seed. Who's the 2 seed? Is it Pittsburgh? Kansas City? Indy?
The Jags? 3-1?
I don't know. I'm envisioning a terrible scenario where here's the worst case. Can I paint a worst case for football fans?
Yeah.
Bills 1 seed. Colts 2. Steelers 3. Chiefs 4. Imagine
that's bad.
Imagine the divisional round being Bills, Chiefs, and Steelers, Colts.
Yeah.
That's horrific.
But I'm not going to want to. I'm going to want to tell you that.
Well, I'm not saying it's bad for. I'm simply saying we would watch that and say, "Are you kidding me?"
Right? No, I know. Yeah.
Steelers, Colts on the other side of this bracket.
Right.
People would talk about it as this is the AFC Championship.
But what's going to be worse even than that is that Baltimore is going to be the 6th seed, 7th seed.
Maybe.
They're going to beat the Steelers in round 1, and then suddenly your path is Baltimore, Kansas City, like it was supposed to be.
Book it. You tell me
it's going to be Baltimore, Kansas City.
Tell me who Pittsburgh plays in the first round as the AFC North champs, and I'll pick the field right now to beat them. The field, whoever it is. I don't care who gets in it. New England goes on the road as the 7, goes to Pittsburgh, will knock them off.
Yeah.
They didn't beat them in New England, but they should have. All right, 803-0550. I got a question about New England and the division. We got a phone call. Johnny, stick with us. 803-0550 here on WGR. Pass defense, it's funny. Sometimes the stats early in the season, something might look good because you're so bad at something else. And I think we might have that with this Bills pass defense. They're pretty good in yards per attempt against, but I don't know if I should buy that I could trust this pass defense yet. You want to talk about whether it's the caliber of the starting quarterback on the other side, in two of them being Spencer Rattler and Justin Fields. This week it's a tough test. So do you have faith in this pass defense? Or are they starting to put it together back there?
I feel somewhat okay about it. I think where it's going to be kind of make or break is going to be how the pass rush develops, in my opinion. And, of course, that comes from getting some players back. I think two of your most important pass rushers, Michael Hoyt and Ed Oliver, you don't have them right now. And I think, that'll be a big part of this pass defense becoming better, because I think that's where it starts. On the back end, I think they can play better. I think you can – honestly, Trey White, I think he's probably – he's got his own limitations, but I don't think he's been the disaster some people are painting him to be. I think Taron Johnson and Taylor Rapp and Christian Benford are all, three players that I would point to that are capable of playing a lot better than they have to this point. And I think that's the good news, is that you know that they're capable of more. And so you get some pass rush back, your players that are supposed to be better play better, and I think you have a formula. But, it definitely looks shaky, right? There's a lot of open guys. There's a lot of uncontested throws. Really, the Bills haven't made that many plays on the ball this year. So, and I think that's because they're not as connected in coverage or not as tight. So I think that can improve. It's definitely something where the Bills have been pretty sound throughout the McDermott era. And so I think there's an opportunity for it to improve, but they got to show it. They got to become better rushing the passer. And, some of those key pillars of that secondary need to be better than what they've been for the first 4 weeks of the season.
The Bills have added a punter. Mitch Wishnowsky is the Bills' new punter because of the injury that the Bills punter suffered on Sunday against the Saints. So what do we know about the Bills' new punter?
Yeah, so the Bills went out and they obviously, were hoping for the best for Cameron Johnston. And when Sean McDermott talked about him the other day, he said he's going to miss time. They'll work some guys out. Well, they had a guy on the ready, and that's Mitch Wishnowsky. And he is a former fourth-round draft pick of the San Francisco 49ers. Now, how many punters are drafted in the fourth round, guys, right? This
Not
guy
many.
did. You're right. 6 NFL seasons, second in NFL in 49ers franchise history, over 45.2 yard average. So, he's been around the league a little bit, and he's done some nice things. Had 62 punts, that went 50 or more yards during his college career at Utah. Another Utah guy, by the way. Dalton Kincaid and Cole Bishop on the team as well. So, yeah, this is he was a Ray Guy Award and first-team All-America honoree in 2016. So this is a guy that can bomb the ball, and that's a great thing. He is right-footed. I know that gets asked a lot these days with different punters coming in, right? So he is right-footed, so he's going to have to hold, obviously. That'll be a part of his job when he comes to Buffalo. But, yeah, he's a seventh-year player in the league, and, the Bills feel like they need someone, I think, in this type of situation who's running around the league and can kind of come in a little bit more, who's worked with other guys.
I want to get into the right-footed putter thing, because remind me how this all happened. Was it Belichick that first went to a left-footed punter, and we decided that Sun Tzu had figured something out? Have we swung back to right foot? What's the latest on this?
I think that's pretty much right, Jeremy, where Belichick started having left-footed punters, and it's like, well, the ball spins differently when it comes down for a lefty, so, you better be ready. And everybody's like, okay, and then suddenly teams started doing it. What you will see, though, and I've seen this a lot, the Bills do this a lot, if you are facing a left-footed punter that coming week, you'll bring in a left-footed punter to your practice squad that week so guys can get used to it.
The Bills have a new punter. Cameron Johnston has been placed on injured reserve. He took the big hit on Sunday against the Saints. Mitch Wishnowsky is the Bills' third punter of the year, and he's formerly of the 49ers, punted a couple times in the Super Bowl, and this is his second stop now with the Bills. Change of quarterbacks in Cleveland. The Browns are benching Joe Flacco, and they are starting third-round rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel. He will play in his first NFL start Sunday in London against the Minnesota Vikings. Shedeur Sanders, by the way, remains their third-string quarterback after this change. Elsewhere around the NFL, Lamar Jackson is expected to miss this Sunday against the Houston Texans, and the report is that he can miss 2 to 3 weeks with his hamstring injury. Cooper Rush starts for Baltimore in the meantime. Sabres play tonight, 7 o'clock against Detroit at KeyBank Center. Just released the roster. Looks like a lot of NHL guys that are going to be playing tonight as the season opener is just over a week away. And in baseball, the playoffs get rolling again today at 1 o'clock with Tigers and Guardians, 3 o'clock Padres Cubs, 6 o'clock for Red Sox Yankees, Boston leading that series 1-0, and then the Reds and Dodgers game 2 is at 9. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think the biggest challenge, Chris, I would say in this matchup is in regards to the New England offense, Buffalo's defense, is Josh McDaniels is really finding his way with this offense when it comes to the sequencing of plays. It's his strength. It always has been. He knows how to string plays together. He knows how to take simple things and make them complicated and complicated things and make them simple. I think that's the thing that's going to take a tremendous amount, going back to some of that eye discipline with that defense, is that's going to be challenged because he's really good at sequencing. He's really good at planting breadcrumbs. I gave you this 2 or 3 times. Here comes that knockout punch play that I have designed. And so that's going to be the big challenge for their defense.
Dan Orlovsky, that's the challenge for the Bills against the Patriots. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Wednesday. Sunday night football. We're waiting all day for Sunday night again. No flyover.
No, you can't. That's the thing.
Civil twilight.
Right.
You know, the white uniforms, the rivalry jerseys, whatever. It'll be fun. We'll see how it looks. Bills and Patriots, which means the Patriots will wear their blues.
They will wear probably their normal home blues, I would imagine.
Okay.
Unless do they have their red AFL throwbacks or whatever? Didn't they reintroduce those?
Yes.
I don't think they would wear those on the road probably, but they could. I'd like to see that. That would probably be the best uniform matchup imaginable. This is the last one for a while, though, isn't it? Home night game. It's all 425s after this. A lot of 425s. Kansas City is 425. Cincinnati's 425. Philly is 425. So there's a lot of 4 o'clocks. Unless something gets flexed, actually, this will be their last home night game of the year, won't it?
Yeah, and I don't think there are many flex candidates. None. Tampa?
No.
Tampa could be. Right?
Tampa could be, but yeah, I can look to see what is in slots that week. Because that could be it. That's a week 11 game. The Bucs will probably still be fighting for stuff in their own division. Shouldn't be over yet. But I think they'll probably run away with it eventually. Yeah, that's a good one.
803-0550. Got a question for you on the Patriots, and I'm trying to figure exactly how to say this. So I'll just go with how it is in my head, and if there's a better way to ask it, maybe one of you guys can help me with it. Do you give New England a better chance to win the AFC East in the next 3 years than you ever gave Miami in a 3-year window? Because there were a lot of people that never took Miami seriously. And I would say the Patriots have not yet reached the level that Miami probably was at when they were good and maybe they might win the division. But they've never been any good teams. New England hasn't done that yet either. So, like, New England is still, this is baby steps for them. But there are things to like. I do think their coach, if I could say something about Vrabel, here's what I'd say about Vrabel. I think he's McDermott, but punts a lot. He's a good defensive coach.
Yep.
His teams overachieved in the regular season. They had their process. Except he punted a little bit too much for my flavor. I don't think he's nearly as good at game day decision making as McDermott, so he's punty McDermott. And that's a bad version of McDermott. McDermott is a good version of that. But I think Vrabel is a good coach. Josh McDaniels is undoubtedly a good play caller when paired with a good quarterback, and if Drake May's a good quarterback, then do you give him a better chance than you ever gave Miami?
100% I do.
Even though they're
100%
still such baby steps here.
Yeah, I do. It's just it kind of begins and ends for me with who is their quarterback. And Tua was just too limited. He was too limited, too injury prone. I mean, we've seen it. You had to build such a specific type of offense for him that it just got neutralized, and there's no pivot. There's no pivot. Like, with Josh Allen, I feel like you could pivot in 9,000 different ways with how you want to run your offense. And with Drake May, I think it's closer to that. So that's kind of what it is for me. I'm trading one rival that had a small injury-prone quarterback that wasn't athletic and had to get rid of the ball immediately for a bigger guy that's really mobile, really athletic, has a big arm, can make all the throws, and is showing well in his first 2 years. Like, I've got every reason to believe that Drake May is going to be a bigger, consistent problem than Tua was. So most of it is the quarterback for me. I mean, if you want to get into how New England is the most cap space in the league still, and they can still make upgrades, and maybe they'll go trade for A.J. Brown, right? Like, they still have things that they can do. Didn't they say it wasn't the time on Micah Parsons beginning of the year when they got asked about that?
That's right.
But like that move might be coming. Their big swing. We've got the space. We've got the picks. Now we've proven it a little bit. Let's go all in.
Olave?
Like they're
Olave for them?
Maybe. Like their Tyreek Hill move.
Yeah.
Like I think their Tyreek Hill move will scare me more than when Miami's was because it's going to be with this quarterback.
Maybe an offensive lineman somewhere to help.
Maybe that. Yep. Maybe they're the team that trades for Trey Hendrickson. Maybe they go out in the summer, and I think the A.J. Brown move isn't impossible for them. That's Vrabel, right? That's Vrabel and Brown, and that's a good up-and-coming quarterback. He wants the ball.
Yeah.
He doesn't want the ball. He just wants an offense that can throw at all, I think. So a move like that is going to really strike some fear into me with them. And I don't know that I never fully got there on Miami. And Miami had a game to win the division at home. So basically what you're asking is, do I think New England will win the division? Because better chance than Miami. Miami had one game at home to do it.
Did you give them a chance in that game?
A chance? I don't think I picked them, but I probably gave them a chance. They could have been the team that got a punt return touchdown in that game and a deflection into the end zone. I guess it almost sounds like I think New England will win it. If you gave me 5 years, I'd tell you I think they'll win it. 3 might be a little too tight a time frame for me.
803-0550. We'll get some calls in here. 1-888-550-2550. Bills and Patriots Sunday. Johnny in Buffalo. Good morning, Johnny.
Hey guys. Good morning. I disagree. I think Miami definitely was the tougher team with Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. Tua was a great quarterback. I know he was injury prone, but they had some juice on defense too when they had Phillips and Chubb, and they had Ramsey back there. They scared me a little bit more than I think New England ever will. I know Drake May's looked decent, but what's he really done so far? Yes, he can make throws, but he hasn't really won any games against anybody good in his career. Going back to last year,
he might. I guess. Listen, I'm not picking them to beat the Bills, but if they won this one, that'd be the first.
Of course, and
that'd be a big one.
Yeah, no, for sure. But they beat Carolina, they beat up on them pretty good, yes. But they had drives of 34 yards, 14 yards, 41 yards, and a punt return for a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
I think for this game, obviously, division games always make me nervous. I love that it's at night because I feel like it kind of takes away that sleepy spot moment. Like if we played New England last week, I think we might have lost that game, in all honesty, because I think they're a much better team than New Orleans. I obviously can't wait till we get some of our defensive players back. It's a little scary every week kind of going in like, all right, who's playing defensive line, who's playing linebacker, who's playing corner. And, having Spencer Brown back, hopefully, will take some of that pressure off the offensive line because I think that was more impactful than anything we've seen on defense yet this year.
But, I think that we got to get into a position where, and I'm not usually like this guy, I'm not usually a special teams guy, but with our punter hurt and everything like that, just don't punt. Please just don't punt. I don't want to kick to this punt returner. Don't give him a chance to return it. If it's fourth down, just go for it and just put the pedal to the floor, step on their throats, win the game, put them to 2-3, and put any of this, the Patriots are this new hot up-and-coming team to rest because their schedule is just as soft as the Bills this year. And you got to have them rack up losses early and just get to the bye week at, 6-0 and get there. So I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny. Are the Patriots hot and up and coming, or are they kind of predicted to be hot and up and coming?
No, this is not out of the woods. They're out of nowhere. They were thought to be a team that would take a step this year. And if they were 4-0, it would feel like, okay, this is a big, big step.
Right.
But this is about the level of step that I think most anticipated for them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In the mix.
I don't consider them hot and up and coming yet. I think they're a contender to be that. If we're doing whatever, these are very small semantics points, I guess. The Chargers are supposed to be a step firmly ahead of New England. That's the hot up and coming team that's going to challenge the Chiefs, and they beat them. So the Chiefs and the Chargers took that step. We'll see if they can stay there. Whereas the Patriots, they're not going to get that credit unless they win on Sunday. If they win on Sunday, the story about them changes. Not that they're going to win. Not that they're going to win the division, but just okay.
And part of it is the point the caller made, which is they don't really, with Drake May, have a statement win. Now, part of that is I'm looking at their games from last year and this year. They haven't had much opportunity to do that. If they had beat the Rams last year when they lost, all right, maybe that would have been it. Or if they beat the Chargers late last year. This year, who would it have been? They lost to the Raiders, and that's not a great win. But even if they beat the Raiders, that would have took the league by storm. If they beat the Steelers, this would be the one. And so far, they've had one chance to beat the Bills, and they lost by 3. That's Drake May's only start against the Bills is he lost by 3 points. That could be a part of this too. Is how am I introduced to you? Well, with Drake May. In his first meeting with the Bills, he loses by 3 points. He goes for 291 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. 7 yards an attempt. A pretty good debut.
Yeah.
Tua in his first 2 starts lost by a combined 65 points.
Okay.
So, the difference between those two is it was a joke with Miami at the start, and then they just never beat you after.
Right.
This is, all right, the guy's already came close.
And I would also say this, think back to Allen and the Bills, the steps they made. Again, I don't think that the Patriots are about to win the next 6 AFC East titles, which is what the Bills did after this. 2019, do you remember this game? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. There's 2 highlights from this game you'll remember.
Mm-hmm.
The Bills go to Foxborough. They are, after this game, I think they're 10-5. New England's 12-3.
Oh, I remember. I think I remember. The Bills are wearing their AFL jerseys, I think, this day.
I think that's maybe right.
Yeah.
This game includes 2 passes you might remember.
Yeah.
Allen to Dawkins on the last play of the second quarter.
Okay.
They go for it. He throws a touchdown to Deion Dawkins. Bills and Patriots tied 10-10 at halftime.
Okay.
Bills fall down 13-10. John Brown, 53-yard touchdown.
I remember that one.
Bang. 17-13 Bills.
He burned Gilmore.
Yes.
That's why everyone remembers it. Yeah.
Patriots win the game. But after that one, what did we think? They know now. They know. This is not flash in the pan. That was... The Bills took everything.
It was a fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. New England needed with everything they could in that game. In total yards, the Bills were not there yet. They were not perfect. Allen was not amazing, but there were flashes of, look out.
Right.
That team's coming. And what happened the next time they played in 2020? The next time they played, it's Bills 24-21 win the game.
Yeah,
and then Bills.
That's not Brady anymore, though.
No, that's right.
Right, that's Cam Newton.
But then that's Cam Newton, and then of course there's some 38-9.
Yeah,
in the wind game.
38-9 is the Belichick breaks the phone game.
Right,
he's losing his mind.
This team is coming for you, and if Brady's still there, whatever, it'll be back and forth but the Bills were ready to compete. And I remember that loss in New England. That's the year they lose to Houston in the playoffs. But that was if there are statement losses again, that was December.
Yeah,
it was not. Your team is 2-2 and it's week 5. It was December. You were already provably good at 10-5, and you went there and you punched them, and you didn't beat them, but the message was sent okay, this team's legit. This team's ready.
Well, did they already do that, or was last year's game so not important for either team?
New England did not do that. New England's
because they outgained the Bills in that game. Again, they lost by a field goal. They had 9 more first downs than the Bills did in that game. What happened for the Bills is they had a fumble recovery for a touchdown, and James Cook broke a 60-yard touchdown run. It was 2 plays that won that game for the Bills. Otherwise, I don't remember a lot about that game other than the Bills wore red tops and white bottoms.
The candy canes.
And I can imagine Cook, in my mind, running on that big touchdown run. But every stat shows, the Patriots outplayed the Bills here last year.
Okay. Well,
but they were a 3-win team. So And the Bills had 12 and had clinched everything. So it's do we even take that game seriously? Maybe we probably shouldn't.
No.
This game's different. This game is earlier in the year. New England, they lose. What are the Bills going to be to win the division? Minus $1 billion? No one will even think about the division for the rest of the year. We already barely are.
Yeah, I forgot.
The flip side is if New England wins this game, and they're a game back with 3 of the easiest games ever coming up, I still think the Bills will be heavy, heavy favorites, but it'll be a conversation.
I'm glad you brought that up. Last year, the game here, you know why nobody remembers it? Because the Bills had already locked up the division, right?
Yeah.
They'd already clinched before they played the Patriots the first time.
Right.
So last year, you never even got a meaningful Patriot game because it was over before you played them.
Right. And by the time you played them, their record was 3-11.
That's nuts.
Their record was 3-11 the first time you saw
them.
them.
They played twice in 3 weeks at the end of the season after it didn't even count. Yeah. Oh, hey, here's your first game against this team. The division's over.
Yeah. New England went up 14-0 in that game.
Mm-hmm.
In the second quarter.
DJ and Lockport. Hey, DJ, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Before I get to my point, I was just sitting there thinking, I don't think Drake May has a win that could equal the one Jackson Dart just got over over the Chargers. Just thinking, I don't know about numbers-wise, but Dart in his first game already has a better win than Drake May's had his whole career so far.
I wouldn't disagree with you. Looking right now, he's beaten the Jets, Bears, Bill. That's not his. That's Milton. Miami and Carolina. So no, not yet.
I mean, Dart, please. I think Dart's going to be the next Allen type player. Personally, that's just my opinion.
Well, but you don't think May's going to have one like that?
And wait a minute. Jackson, hold on. Jackson Dart won a football game going 13 of 20 for 111.
First game though, he had a nice.
But that doesn't matter. We're not going to roll out the QB wins stat here, right? Eli Manning lost the game; he threw 6 touchdowns in. Jackson Dart throws for 111 and a touchdown, and
last year May went for over 300 and had 2 touchdowns against the Rams. They lost by 6. Is that his fault?
Right.
I guess my thought was just that Dart came in as a rookie his first game and took that Giants team and went ahead and beat the Chargers. I mean, a Giants team that's pretty abysmal compared to the Patriots roster. I think the Giants have a very inferior team. And
I'm not so sure about that.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
Anyway, to get to my point real fast, I don't mean to change the subject, but I was thinking about yesterday about the overtime thing. And the one thing the NHL did, I don't know about context because the shootout itself, I don't know how much we love it in the NHL, but is they eradicated the tie in their league. And my thought would be for the NFL, after that 10 minutes is up, Joe kind of made a joke about it yesterday about playing field goal pig or field goal horse. But to be serious about it, if that 10 minutes is up, why not trot both field goal units out on there, and whoever won the toss or whatever gets to decide and go field goal for field goal until somebody wins, until somebody misses. Start at the 40, and I won the toss, so I'm going to try a 55-yarder. If I make it, then the other team go ahead and try to beat it. And if they miss it, game over. You know what I mean? Like a shootout, essentially, in a field goal method. But I'll hang up and listen, guys. Have a great day. Go Bills.
Thanks, TJ. I just have no interest in watching that many kicks.
I think there's got to be a better way. You
already gave my idea. You don't like it.
What was your idea again?
My idea,
so bad I already forgot about it,
was that a tie means that you retain the win off the last time you played.
No, how about this instead? You win the coin toss, you get to pick what yard line you run one play from. And then you decide, I think I can score from the 5.
You bid?
Yeah, a bidding.
I'm not done with the retain idea. One of the first rules you learn in your entire life of playing any sport is tie goes to the runner. Why? Why does tie go to the runner? Tie goes to the runner. So we're going to do that in football now. Tie goes to, you pick it. All you have to do is say what it is. Doesn't have to be the last time you played. Home team, road team. Tie goes to the road team. Whatever, just write it in the rules. And now no one will play for a tie. Ties are gone. Tie goes the runner. Unassailable logic right there. Everybody knows tie goes the runner. Why?
You only doing this in the regular season?
Yeah, of course. You can't have a tie in the postseason.
What are you kidding? Ridiculous.
No, that's ridiculous.
What a ridiculous idea.
That's ridiculous.
Playoffs.
That's crazy. It's Jeremy and Joe. Good morning. 803-0550. A little behind-the-scenes stuff today. Today, during a break, Joe said Liverpool's in trouble.
I did say that.
You said Liverpool's in trouble.
Yeah.
They lost to Galatasaray.
Yeah, they lost to a team from Turkey in the Champions League. That's not very good. Yeah. Now that they've lost a couple, actually, they haven't looked good all season, have they?
No, they haven't.
But they're in first place, I guess.
For now.
A lot of new pieces, figuring things out.
It could change this week.
Could it?
Yeah. It could change this
How
week.
far back are your Gunners there?
2 points.
2 points?
2 points.
I just get a draw and you're still ahead. But I'm not accepting that.
You're
first place.
At Stamford Bridge. And Arsenal is home to West Ham.
It's a big test. Those are Saturday games?
Both Saturday.
All right.
Arsenal win. Put it this way.
Listen, it's
Arsenal wins at 10 a.m. I'm tweeting you the table right away.
What about a little bit of forgiveness here for the championship hangover? What about that?
Yeah. Speaking of Champions League, Arsenal went to the semifinal last year, and they played today against Olympiacos.
Greek team?
Yes. I know all these teams from all my years of playing FIFA.
I don't like the Champions League anymore.
Now it's really confusing.
It's too confusing.
Now there's too many teams, and I don't understand
My
it.
brother, who's just like a recent Liverpool fan, is like, so they out? I'm like, no. He's like, so what did it really do? I'm like,
nothing. It's fine.
Kind of nothing.
Yeah.
Whereas if they had lost to that team 5 years ago, it'd be like a national emergency.
You'd have to really come back to do it. Yeah.
Right.
All right. Anyway, by the way, to the previous caller, I like Jackson Dart.
He ran a lot, by the way.
He did.
The passing stats weren't there, but he was running a lot.
Yep.
What were his rushing numbers in that game? Like there were design quarterback runs for him a lot. Also,
he ran in that game 10 for 54 and a touchdown.
Okay, like pretty good, not bad.
Young Josh Allen, can you live with 10 carries and 13 completions? How long can you live like that? Maybe not that long, but it is a good way to live. It's a good way to survive.
If you're a rookie,
if you're a young quarterback,
perfectly acceptable.
Yes, if you're a young quarterback, you can survive and get more starts by running and escaping. I mean, geez, if you're like Justin Fields, you could ride it to 6 years of starting football. He's still starting the league. Why? Because he can run and get away, and it's not total death on the offense, but it might not be sustainable for long-term success. So I like Jackson Dart. I targeted him in dynasty leagues. I got my shares. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 if you'd like to join us. When we return, I never got you that Brown stat. Got you stat of the day on the Browns. Yeah, I know. Everyone's like, hold on, let me stay in the car through the commercial break for the stat on the Browns. Will it be worth it? Time will tell. Pass defense, it's funny. Sometimes the stats early in the season, something might look good because you're so bad at something else. And I think we might have that with this Bills pass defense. They're pretty good in yards per attempt against. But I don't know if I should buy that I could trust this pass defense yet. You want to talk about whether it's the caliber of the starting quarterback on the other side, in two of them being Spencer Rattler and Justin Fields. This week it's a tough test. So do you have faith in this pass defense? Or are they starting to put it together back there?
I feel somewhat okay about it. I think where it's going to be kind of make or break is going to be how the pass rush develops, in my opinion. And, of course, that comes from getting some players back. I think two of your most important pass rushers, Michael Hoyt and Ed Oliver, you don't have them right now. And I think, that'll be a big part of this pass defense becoming better, because I think that's where it starts. On the back end, I think they can play better. I think you can – honestly, Trey White, I think he's probably – he's got his own limitations, but I don't think he's been the disaster some people are painting him to be. I think Taron Johnson and Taylor Rapp and Christian Benford are all, three players that I would point to that are capable of playing a lot better than they have to this point. And I think that's the good news, is that that they're capable of more. And so you get some pass rush back. Your players that are supposed to be better play better. And I think you have a formula. But, it definitely looks shaky, right? I mean, there's a lot of open guys. There's a lot of uncontested throws. I mean, really, the Bills haven't made that many plays on the ball this year. So, and I think that's because they're not as connected in coverage. They're not as tight. So I think that can improve. It's definitely something where the Bills have been pretty sound throughout the McDermott era. And so I think there's an opportunity for it to improve, but they got to show it. They got to become better rushing the passer. And, some of those key pillars of that secondary need to be better than what they've been for the first 4 weeks of the season.
I had something I was going to get to quickly about Tyreek Hill. I saw yesterday Jason McIntyre and Colin Cowherd talking about Tyreek Hill, who maybe his career is over.
Right.
And they were talking about Miami and where Miami went wrong and they should have traded him. And but there was a throwaway comment at the beginning of the conversation where they both said, oh, he's not a Hall of Famer, but. And I thought, what? Tyreek Hill.
He's not a Hall of Famer.
Is definitely a Hall of Famer. And the tough thing about Tyreek Hill is he's not a player or a person that many people want to defend. So, no. Maybe I want to say this instead. Tyreek Hill has had a Hall of Fame career, and it's obvious, is it not? In what way is he not a Hall of Famer? He's been the best player in football.
He's a 5-team All-Pro, a five-team first All-Pro.
5-time first-team All-Pro. I got some of the other receivers that are in the Hall of Fame and how many times they made first-team All-Pro. Not that first-team All-Pro is everything, but first-team All-Pro 5 times. I also have the active list of first-team All-Pros in the NFL right now. Myles Garrett is 4. 4 first-team All-Pros for Myles Garrett. Tyreek Hill's 5. There's only one player in football active that has more first-team All-Pros, and that's Bobby Wagner.
It's really 4 for Tyreek Hill now that I'm looking because he was first-team All-Pro as a returner in his first year.
Okay. Devin Hester just got in.
I guess make special teams great
Did Devin Hester just get in or not?
He did.
Okay, that counts.
Yeah.
You want to knock him down to 4? Okay. Travis Kelce is a 4-time first-team All-Pro.
Yep. He is, Hall of Fame monitor.
Hall of Fame monitor, that's where I found a lot of this.
He is high on
They
this
put
list.
him, the average Hall of Famer on Pro Football Reference, the score is 100.
Yeah.
And Hill is a 95, which is ahead of Michael Irvin.
Right, but the lowest rated receiver on this is a 55. Tommy McDonald.
That's in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, you've got a 57, a 58. You got guys in the 70s that were lower than that.
They just put in Sterling Sharp, whose number is a 72. And ahead of Sterling Sharp, if everybody ahead of Sterling Sharp got in, that's Mike Evans, Hines Ward, Devontae Adams, DeAndre Hopkins, Anquan Bolden.
Right.
Among others.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so he's a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Famer.
I think he's a Hall of Famer.
He's had a Hall of Fame career. This one came from Andrew Siciliano. You know him from all over the NFL media landscape. He is the play-by-play voice of the Browns now. And this on the Browns. Their defense is good. Maybe you knew that. Here's how good it is. Mm-hmm. Since 2023, the Browns defense has allowed the fewest first downs in the NFL.
Okay.
By 90.
Okay.
611 first downs since 2023. The next closest team is 711. 611 to 703. Sorry, 611 to 703. Who is second? Fewest first downs allowed since 2023. Who is second?
Since 2023?
Sure. That's 2 years and 4 games.
Is it the Chiefs?
It is the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Number 2 and allowing first downs.
Yeah, they've got a great defense.
It's been pretty good the last couple of years. Steve in Texas. Hey, Steve, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I spent a year out in Cape Cod working, and I had to live amongst the native New Englanders, and this game, no matter what, always has a ton of juice for me. And I think we're going to hopefully get the more nuclear version of Josh Allen on this one for Sunday Night Football, because I think this Patriots team, besides some pretty bad fumble luck and coughing the ball up, I think this team is probably, I don't want to say they're on par with as good as the Ravens were, but I think Josh McDaniels is very much like Greg Roman, and they've got Diggs and Hunter Henry that they can still get the ball to, and I think this game is going to be much closer than people think it's going to be, and I think it's going to be where, it's going to be a 6-point win or something where 4 minutes to go, the Buffalo has to keep the ball and score to make it that 2-score win, or keep New England from getting the ball back and having a game-winning drive on us.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, I kind of don't know what to expect. It could go any way. It could be a game where it's close, or they blow it open a little bit late. The Bills beat the Saints by double digits because of a field goal late. If they get that 4th and 2, do they win by 17? Do they pull away even more? So games can always kind of move based on 1 or 2 plays. It wouldn't shock me if the Patriots stayed close or won. It also wouldn't shock me if the Bills won by double digits.
That's right.
What'll be interesting to me is how the Bills' offense treats it. And what I mean by that, Joe, is if they run and play conservative, that might be a sign that they really respect that offense on the other side, right? Like, let's limit possessions. Let's be efficient. That guy tends to give it away occasionally. If they've got a guy on the other side that is good but will throw the ball to the other team, you might say, like, let's not make mistakes. Let's let them make the mistake. And that works a lot for the Bills. Or if they really respect the other team, maybe Allen comes out and they're throwing all over the place thinking they need to get to 30 no matter what.
Yeah. Don't they play everybody like that?
Like what?
That, like, hey.
The first one?
Respect our opponent, limit possessions. Like, Josh Allen attempted 22 passes against the Saints in a game where it was a 1-score game all the way into the 4th quarter.
Yeah, so the first one's probably more likely.
I don't. Is it a sign of respect, or is it just going to become that's how the Bills play everybody?
Some say it's a sign that they want to protect their defense.
Okay.
That's how some frame that. Without saying that's right or wrong, it might be right. They want to protect their defense by limiting possessions.
Well, if they think their defense needs protection, I mean, every week that's passing, it feels like
it needs protection.
They might lean into that even more.
Yeah.
This is the way they play because the league's gone that way. And also, have you seen our defense? It wasn't the worst game ever against the Saints, but I'd expect New England to look better than the Saints just did. So I definitely think I'm more open to this game being a close game than New Orleans. Like, I think it was almost embarrassing that New Orleans was allowed to hang around as long as they did. This game, I don't think it'd be embarrassing at all.
Sure. If they win by 6, there's no, wow, you played down to your competition?
I don't think so.
Yeah, fair enough.
Unless New England comes out and isn't able to move the ball, but I can't envision that. The way this defense has looked, they don't have their personnel back yet. I don't think they're going to go out and score 40, but I expect Drake May to be able to do some things for sure. And the receiving core, which he mentioned Henry and Diggs, they had been desperate for years. Give us anything at that position. They definitely overpaid Diggs. They even, I'm sure, knew it, but they just had to. They haven't been able to get anyone to say yes to them.
And they've got a rookie contract on their quarterback. Like, they had to,
that's right. Like,
to give the quarterback as much as they possibly can.
And seeing them through a couple of games, the Bills like their 2 tight ends. New England's 2 tight ends have been able to produce with Henry and Hooper. And Diggs finally having like a really good game last week. I went back and watched how he did it, and a lot of it was from the middle, but there's one big play on a 4th down late where he's lined up on the outside. He runs down the field, and that was the 30-yard catch. So I don't think he's going to do that a lot, but he gives them, I think, some stability at that position that they have not had for years. So I like a lot of pieces of their offense. I think I'd like their offense better if the rookie running back played more, but otherwise, I think it's pretty good.
Looking at yards per catch for like Diggs, what he's done so far this season.
It's a lot of short stuff still. Like, I know he had that. I mentioned the one play he made down the field last week. It's kind of an anomaly. Everything else has been.
Let's do it. Yards per catch for Diggs, 11.2.
It's higher than I thought it'd
be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yards per catch for Bills players. Shakir, 11.9. Coleman, 11.9. Shavers, 12.
It's all the same.
About the same.
Yeah. Coleman's been a little quiet, huh?
Not surprising, right?
No, I mean, he's out there.
Not surprising.
But he's out there. He's running routes. It's just, no, it's not. It's going to be, I think, a very similar story to what it was last year.
He's on pace for, Coleman is. Let's check this out here. Do the math on this. He has 17 catches in 4 games.
Yep.
That's on pace for 72 catches. That a good year for him? I think so.
If he got to 72 catches, that'd be, yes.
I mean, he had 8 in the first one. He has 3 since.
Right.
He had 11 targets in the Baltimore game. Since then, he's peaked at 4. 4 targets in the game.
He had 8 in the first one. He
had 8 catches on 11 targets in the Baltimore game. Right? He has 9 catches on 9 catches on 11 targets since. So 11 targets in the opener, 11 targets since.
And we're talking, what, like 800, 900 yards on the year?
I can do that for you,
because if he gives you that ball, if he's not going to go nuts every game, but once every 4 games, you get that 8 for 112 performance like it did in Baltimore. Like, that to me is better than I expected from him.
Yeah, 72 for 860. Yeah, 70 catches, 860 yards.
I'd take that right now.
Is what he's on pace for.
I'd take that right now.
Yeah, and last year he had 30 catches, 29. Last year, 29 catches, 556. His average yards per catch last year was 19. And this year it's 11.9.
You got a couple more screens, right? You're seeing some slants, seeing some shorter stuff, I think.
But he's more efficient. Like, here's another way to look at it. Last year, Keon Coleman was responsible for catches on 22 first downs for the year. He's already at 12.
Wow.
It's a good number. 12 first downs.
Well, his catch percentage has gone up from 50% to 77%.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, Coleman, I think, can be a really good piece for this team. You know, week 1 was, is this a receiver number 1? Like, no, it's not. It's a guy having a game. Like, that'll happen. You'll pop off every once in a while. But 12 first downs in 4 games, like, it's pretty good. I wonder who led the league in first downs last year.
Puka Nacua would be a guess.
Maybe.
That guy is awesome.
You might be right.
First downs. The chain movers. Is it going to be a tight end maybe for that? Like, just Trey McBride going to be the answer because he gets 6 yards on every catch?
I want to find this right now. Complete leaders at receiver. Like, he's got 12 first downs. Okay, here's your leaders. Nacua is correct with 26.
Of course he is. Wow, that's it, though.
St. Brown, 20.
Wait, that's this year?
This year.
Okay, 26
this year. 26. On this list, Coleman is the 18th.
Not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad. Jamar Chase has 12. He's tied with Jamar Chase on first downs.
Jamar Chase, that guy. Good luck to him.
Last year, Jamar Chase led the league with 75 first downs.
I got asked yesterday whether I would trade Jamar Chase for Quentin Johnston right now, straight up.
In Dynasty?
No, just a regular redraft league.
Oh.
Just a normal fantasy draft, like no dynasty, no keepers. Would you trade Jamar Chase for Quentin Johnston?
You think Johnston's going to have a better year for the rest of the year
from here on?
Fantasy?
Who would you bet? From this point to the end?
That's a good question.
Because so far it's not even close. Johnson might be like the second best guy in the league behind Puka. I mean, Chase, what's going to happen? They're going to trade for a quarterback and it's going to get saved, or Browning's going to suddenly start playing better than it's looked in the first 2 games? Like, it could be a lost year for not just the Bengals, but for the 2 guys on the outside.
Quentin Johnston, of course, like he was so impressive in college. He was fun to watch, and then came in his rookie year. It was not very good.
No, he wasn't good last year either.
And now he's got, 15 yards a catch.
Yeah.
11 first downs. Coleman has 12.
Well,
I know he's a more deep down the field guy.
I was going to say he's catching a lot of.
He's on pace for 1,400 yards,
like 30-yard touchdowns. I feel like I'm seeing from him a lot. You only get credit for 1 first down on that. Do you get credit for a first down on a touchdown?
Yes,
you do.
Okay. I'm pretty sure you do. Yeah. John in Tampa. Hey, John.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. I wanted to talk about this theorem you had about the overtime, the retention. I just got to say, I think that might be a little bit crazy, but I think I have the perfect fix for it. So you know how the NHL has two different overtime rules, one for the playoffs and then one for the regular season. We do the same thing in the NFL. It's the college football overtime rules, where the offenses start at the 30. And then the playoffs is the same thing that we've always had, where, both teams get a chance to score. And if you need unlimited overtimes, you get unlimited overtimes. What do you think about that?
Any unlimited overtime conversation is going to lead to player safety and players not agreeing to it.
But if it's like college, it's theoretically unlimited, but it's really, it never will be. Right?
Right, but 30-yard plays and full-on trenches and linemen hitting linemen. How many more plays in a game? 40? If a game goes deep in overtime? Deion Dawkins touchdown.
Yeah, the most I don't know.
We're watching this Bills 2019 game against the Patriots.
And Dawkins caught a touchdown?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of rules like that because I just don't think it's ever going to be seen to go very long. Not much longer than it already is. But sure, you might get an odd instance where it does. I wouldn't make my rules afraid of the one time a year out of thousands of NFL games where that's going to happen.
You mentioned yesterday about the perfect game and some of these other highlights, Brian Daboll trick plays. There's one. In New England.
To Dawkins.
In New England, 1 second left in the half. Throw it to the tackle. Wide open.
Right.
All right, break time. Thanks, Sean, for the phone call. 803-0550. He's just firing up games in here. The problem is, you turn on a game like this, and then I think, here's Cole Beasley with some nice yak. You turn on a game like this, I'm like, oh, everyone must just be watching Bills Patriots from 2019 right now, like we are. That's probably an odd thing to do, yeah. All right, 803-0550, the phone number. You can jump on. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming your way at 10 o'clock. Sabres and Penguins this evening from KeyBank Center. That game, of course, here on WGR as well. I had something I was going to get to quickly about Tyreek Hill. Mm-hmm. I saw yesterday Jason McIntyre and Colin Cowherd talking about Tyreek Hill, who maybe his career is over.
Right.
And they were talking about Miami and where Miami went wrong and they should have traded him. And but there was a throwaway comment at the beginning of the conversation where they both said, oh, he's not a Hall of Famer, but. And I thought, what?
Uh-huh.
Tyreek Hill.
He's not a Hall of Famer.
Is definitely a Hall of Famer. And the tough thing about Tyreek Hill is he's not a player or a person that many people want to defend. So, no. Maybe I want to say this instead. Tyreek Hill has had a Hall of Fame career, and it's obvious, is it not? In what way is he not a Hall of Famer? He's been the best player in football.
He's a 5-team All-Pro, a 5-team first All-Pro.
5-time first-team All-Pro. I got some of the other receivers that are in the Hall of Fame and how many times they made first-team All-Pro. Not that first-team All-Pro is everything, but first-team All-Pro 5 times. I also have the active list of first-team All-Pros in the NFL right now. Myles Garrett is 4. 4 first-team All-Pros for Myles Garrett. Tyreek Hill's 5. There's only one player in football active that has more first-team All-Pros, and that's Bobby Wagner.
It's really 4 for Tyreek Hill now that I'm looking because he was first-team All-Pro as a returner in his first year.
Okay. Devin Hester just got in.
I guess make special teams great
Did Devin Hester just get in or not?
He did.
Okay, that counts.
Yeah.
You want to knock him down to 4? Okay. Travis Kelce is a 4-time first-team All-Pro.
Yep. He is, Hall of Fame monitor.
Hall of Fame monitor, that's where I found a lot of this.
He is high on
They
this
put
list.
him, the average Hall of Famer on Pro Football Reference, the score is 100.
Yeah.
And Hill is a 95, which is ahead of Michael Irvin.
Right, but the lowest rated receiver on this is a 55. Tommy McDonald.
That's in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, you've got a 57, a 58. You got guys in the 70s that were lower than that.
They just put in Sterling Sharp, whose number is a 72. And ahead of Sterling Sharp if everybody ahead of Sterling Sharp got in, that's Mike Evans, Hines Ward, Devontae Adams, DeAndre Hopkins, Anquan Bolden,
right,
among others.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
So,
he's a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Famer.
I think he's a Hall of Famer.
He's had a Hall of Fame career. The Bills have added a punter. Mitch Wishnowsky is the Bills' new punter because of the injury that the Bills punter suffered on Sunday against the Saints. So what do we know about the Bills' new punter?
Yeah, so the Bills went out and they obviously, were hoping for the best for Cameron Johnston. And when Sean McDermott talked about him the other day, he said he's going to miss time. They'll work some guys out. Well, they had a guy on the ready, and that's Mitch Wishnowsky. And he is a former fourth-round draft pick of the San Francisco 49ers. Now, how many punters are drafted in the fourth round, guys, right? I mean, this guy did. You're right. 6 NFL seasons, second in NFL in 49ers franchise history, over 45.2 yard average. So, he's been around the league a little bit, and he's done some nice things. Had 62 punts, that went 50 or more yards during his college career at Utah. Another Utah guy, by the way. Dalton Kincaid and Cole Bishop on the team as well. So, yeah, this is he was a Ray Guy Award and first-team All-America honoree in 2016. So this is a guy that can bomb the ball, and that's a great thing. He is right-footed. I know that gets asked a lot these days with different punters coming in, right? So he is right-footed, so he's going to have to hold, obviously. That'll be a part of his job when he comes to Buffalo. But, yeah, he's a seventh-year player in the league, and, the Bills feel like they need someone, I think, in this type of situation who's running around the league and can kind of come in a little bit more, who's worked with other guys.
I want to get into the right-footed putter thing because remind me how this all happened. Was it Belichick that first went to a left-footed punter and we decided that Sun Tzu had figured something out? Have we swung back to right foot? What's the latest on this?
I think that's pretty much right, Jeremy, where Belichick started having left-footed punters, and it's like, well, the ball spins differently when it comes down for a lefty, so, you better be ready. And everybody's like, okay, and then suddenly teams started doing it. What you will see, though, and I've seen this a lot, the Bills do this a lot, if you are facing a left-footed punter that coming week, you'll bring in a left-footed punter to your practice squad that week so guys can get used to it.
Dylan Gabriel is the 10th starting quarterback for Cleveland since Baker Mayfield. How many can you name?
10 since Baker?
He's the 10th.
Flacco.
Yep.
Jameis.
Yep. Done?
I mean, hold on. I'll work on it. It's the Browns.
It is the Browns. He's the 41st since 1999. I'm not going to make you do that list. Joe, you got any? Owen?
Deshaun Watson, one of them, right?
Yep. Of course. Who's still on the roster, by the way.
That's crazy.
I struggle to even care about who's playing quarterback for these teams now that we live in the Allen world. But, I had it and then I lost it.
You got the biggest names. Keenum. Brissett.
That should be a guess for every team.
Brissett should be a guess for every answer. P.J. Walker also should be a guess for every single team.
Former Tom Brady beater, P.J. Walker. He beat him
right,
in a game. Don't forget.
in Carolina.
Yep.
And then Jeff Driscoll, Dorian Thompson, Robinson, Bailey Zappi.
I would not have gotten
those ones. I was going to. Those ones I was going to give you.
I might have found my way to DTR.
Yeah, DTR was the one that slipped away from me. I don't know. Bailey Zappi feels like he should still be like the backup third quarterback for the Patriots to me.
They really should have just never got rid of Mayfield.
No,
they'd be perfectly fine.
That was the biggest mistake they've made since they've had this issue, isn't it?
They pulled the shoot on that fast,
very fast.
It wasn't only because Watson was available.
Yes,
they don't pull the shoot on Mayfield unless it's for Watson. They're not just moving off Mayfield to move off Mayfield. I think
they are the Browns.
Am I wrong?
They are the
well,
Browns.
if you track his career, his first season, he goes 27 touchdowns.
Yeah, he set the rookie record for touchdown
14
passes.
picks.
Yep.
Then it's 22-21, then 26-8, and then 17-13. Like, he never got
17-13 while he's playing injured the entire season.
That's right. He never got to 4,000 yards with them, which he's done twice in Tampa. So
he also won a playoff game there.
That's right. He's
which for Cleveland is like everything.
You know, I might argue here that if you were living in a world where we talk about this a lot with Drake May or Mac Jones or Tua.
Yeah.
This guy's not Josh Allen, I got to move on. 4 years in for Cleveland, you would have said, this guy's not Josh Allen, I got to move on. You move on, you find out, actually, he's better than we've seen. It's not even that he's this good. He's better than this.
Mm-hmm.
41 touchdowns with 4,500 yards in Tampa. So
yeah, but that's what I mean. They weren't moving off Mayfield, I don't think, because he wasn't Josh Allen. It was because they thought they were replacing him with a Josh Allen.
I know, but if you were in the same scenario and Mayfield and Watson was not available, you might have made the case like, hey, this guy is pretty good, but will I ever get where I need to be with him?
Right.
And I don't know how many people would have thought there was as high a ceiling for Mayfield as there is, which, by the way, he's still not Josh Allen, but he's pretty darn good.
He sure
is fun to watch.
I loved him.
He's fun to watch.
He was the first overall pick.
Yes, he was. I saw that Dylan Gabriel, I don't know the answer to this question. It was on the Sneaky Hembo trivia. He's the shortest left-handed quarterback to start a game since who?
Oh,
Tua.
Is Tua the answer? I felt like Michael Vick might be the answer.
Isn't Tua pretty short?
Tua's, yeah.
Dylan Gabriel is 5'11". I saw that earlier.
Yeah.
I think
Tua 6'1".
Is he?
Tua 6'1". How tall is Michael Vick?
Feel 6'1".
No, he feels like he's 5'7".
Michael Vick. How tall is Michael Vick? I was not prepared for that question today. He's 6 foot.
There you go. It really might be the shortest left-handed quarterback since Michael Vick.
Yeah, Tua's 6 foot as well. So
I mean, there's only so many left-handed quarterbacks.
Right. Back to back. Vick and Tua. Got to do it right now. Who's shorter?
So he's the. So wait a minute. Is he the shortest ever then? He's not the shortest ever?
I don't know.
How tall was Mark Brunell?
I just saw the shortest since.
Steve Young was taller than that, right?
I think so. I'm looking at all the left-handed quarterbacks. And
Tebow?
He was not short, I don't think.
Kellen Moore?
I'm all the way down to like Tyler Palko.
Never heard of that person.
Maybe 6'1".
Jim Zorn, maybe?
Anyway, this has been a great trivia question that I didn't see the answer to. So
right. A little tough.
Talk amongst yourselves, figure it out.
We decide.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna pick who we thought was the.
We should start doing that. Answerless trivia.
I'm more and more buying into the short quarterback thing. Can't happen anymore.
You can't be short.
You can't be short. Like, I wanted to fight against that with all my being for years, and more I'm like buying into it a little bit. Who's the best short quarterback right now?
It's Baker.
But even Baker is a little taller than like Kyler and then Gabriel and Russell Wilson, right? What's Baker?
Is he 6 foot? 6'1"?
I guess I don't know how tall all these quarterbacks are. I guess I'm discovering.
Baker's pretty short.
All right.
He is 6'1".
So he's probably 6 foot.
Right. All right, so maybe this is just a sub 6 foot problem for me.
5 and 11 3/4 actually.
But does that mean Dylan Gabriel's really like 5'9"? We're just gonna do that with everybody.
Probably.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's sub 6 feet. I don't think I would touch it anymore. I think Kyler's doing this to me. He's the problem.
Yeah. All right, we're back tomorrow. Tomorrow night, it's Thursday Night Football, Rams and Niners.
Yep.
From LA. Right?
Yep.
That's good. We'll put together a parlay for that. Tonight, Sabres and Penguins. And let's hope, UPL looks good, holds together, has a good season.
Stays healthy.
How about Paul's analysis on the Sabres being the same as mine? Just being like, if they make saves. We're leaders in our field here of predicting, like, if they don't allow goals because the man stops the puck, they'll be okay.
Oh, very last thing here. We had a friend that's in a fantasy league with us text us from earlier that Nebraska has a punter that kicks with both legs. So there you go.
At the same time?
Keep him on your radar. He can do it with either leg.
You at the same time, I'll be impressed.
What, you got him, like,
yeah,
doing a backflip?
That'll be impressive. Show me that.
Backflip punt.
Show me that. All right, we're back tomorrow at 6 here on WGR.